All right, everybody. Good morning. Good morning. We're here. So let's talk the Better Black Life podcast. Brother Clarence, Brother Jarvis. It's our Sunday morning briefing. So we're here to talk to you about our lead topic, the dangers of picking the wrong mate. And we'll get to that in a minute. Let's go over and take care of the business. First order of business. If you haven't subscribed, please subscribe already. Please like, then watch the show. And if you don't like it, then don't like it. But anyway, how you doing this morning, Brother Jarvis?
Fine, fine. So,
We say, brother, broke up a little bit.
I said, fine, sir. With God's help, doing all right.
Yeah, with God's help, y'all doing all right. All right, brother, let me get right into the news, man, because we want to, well, let me tell them what's coming up. Coming up, news. The news, the hit parade, Black History Minute, your money, and then we're going to get into the lead topic. So let's get into the news. Hurricane Ida. As of Friday morning, Ida has marched through the Northeast as a tropical rainstorm claimed the lives of at least 49 people across 5 states, New Jersey, New York, Pennsylvania, Maryland, and Connecticut, including the fatalities from the southern U.S., where Ida made landfall as a Category 4 hurricane. The storm is responsible for 60 deaths across the country. In the Northwest, New Jersey was dealt with the most fatal blow with at least 25 fatalities, the majority of which were inflicted by floodwaters on victims in vehicles. In New York, 11 deaths occurred in basements as multiple families perished from inescapable rising floodwaters. One such family included a 50-year-old father, a 48-year-old mother, and their 2 young boys in Queens. I'm not going to go into it, but basically, I'm not going to read the whole story. But basically, it talks about how a lot of these people got killed, man, just going in a basement and the water rising, over the basement. What do you think about that, Brother Jarvis? Brother, can you hear me? Can you hear me,
You
brother?
know, it's, I heard a great man once say, you can't stay here. So eventually death is coming for us all. So may God, you know, be with them and their families. There's not too much I can say about that.
Hey, Friendsgiving. Glad to see you out there. Um, yeah, man. Sometimes you keep freezing up, brother. But JP, the Aspiring Matriarch. Good morning, gentlemen. How's your spirit? So glad to catch you live. Thank you, JP. Yeah, we're doing good. We're doing good. Like brother said, with God's help, we'd be here. I was watching your live stream this morning where you did, talking to JP. I was watching the live stream when she was talking about how the kids are messed up, or the children are messed up from the music and basically hollering at the brothers. I caught that. I didn't catch the whole thing because I had to prepare for this, but good. It was good, JP. Keep doing what you're doing. All right, man. Let me get back into the news because we got a lot to get to. All right, let's get into the hit parade. The hit parade. Oh boy. An Army Reserve colonel has been charged with sex crimes that stretch across Louisiana, Texas, and Florida, which allegedly started in 2006. On Thursday, Louisiana investigators found evidence on 51-year-old David Harris that will allow him to be charged in each state. Ay, ay, ay. In Louisiana, Harris has been charged with 1 count of each aggravated crimes against nature and indecent behavior with a juvenile. Holy smokes. In Ascension Parish, Louisiana. In August, the grand jury heard his case and issued an indictment that makes reference to two victims under age 17. Oh, smokes. And alleged offenses that occurred in 2016. Texas authorities are charging Harris with exposing himself to two teenage girls. Oh, man. On numerous occasions, according to KETK. Harris was also allegedly having an affair with the mother of one of the girls. This dude sound like he's see that sound like us, brother. That sound like black people. Black people make it real messy like that. I don't know, but I don't know. Anyway, then showing the pictures. On August 27th, Florida authorities issued an arrest warrant for Harris regarding indecent exposure charges stemming from a 2019 incident where he was on vacation. According to the report, investigators found evidence of criminal acts by Harris involving both adult and juvenile victims, with incidents occurring far back as 2017. Ay, ay, ay. Ay, ay, ay. I keep telling you guys, you men out there, I keep telling you guys, it ain't business as usual no more. Cannot think that you're going to just do things like they were, and a female just going to walk away from you. And nothing's going to happen. Can't do it anymore. Now is the time to get your act together. What do you think about that, Brother Jarvis?
Man, that's borderline sick for an older man of that age, because right around my age, to be exposing himself to a teenager, I want to believe that he didn't know that they were teenagers or underage.
Nah,
But
don't believe
very
that.
hard to mistake. Very hard, very hard to mistake someone who's underage as not being that. You know, and you can just go off the mannerism or the behavior. So I don't know what it is with his desire. You know, you know. I was talking to a brother earlier, and he let me know that that's why we fast. That's why you fast or do Ramadan, to try to get control of your lower desires. Because it can be a very bad thing when you let your lower desires take over. What is right. You know, uh, that's bad. That's about all I got to say about that.
Yeah, it's terrible, man. And hopefully, man, if you dealing with something like that, or you dealing with a pull or a desire like that, you can go get to some help, man. Go get yourself some help, man. Don't let your life spiral out of control, man. Go get yourself some help. I got another one, man, about this former Arizona Senator Tony Neverett is facing 7 charges of felony sexual misconduct with a child. Oh, smokes. You know what? I'm not even going to go into it, man. I push these stories because I want people to see that you can change your life. You can actually change your life, man. You should go ahead and fight to change your life, even though it's hard, man. You sit back and you thinking, man, look at everything is all on top of me, but it's not on all on top of you. You can change your life. You just have to make a decision. Is that right, brother?
Yes, sir. You're going decisions and changes like that in your life. You really, really need God, and that's when you really discover who He is.
Man.
Earlier this week, my dad called me up, and he let me know that there was a brother who I graduated with, who he did make it to the NFL. He played like 4 years, and he was on the radio talking about how after his NFL career, he pretty much lost a lot, and you know, at certain times he contemplated suicide and thought about it. And he got through it, but he really he had to make a decision whether to stay here or go, and he eventually, like you said, he sought help, and he got help, and really it was through the the church, the black church, that he finally found that peace. You know, took some years, but he finally found that peace. And you got to fight. You got to fight anytime you make that change. And when you're fighting like that, inside and out, you really need God Himself. Those kind of changes.
Yeah, man. We got the hardcores in the house. We got JP, the Aspiring Matriarch, Blind Guy, his wife, their life, Friendsgiving, and whoever else is in here, man. We thank you all for showing up. Appreciate y'all. Um, getting back to it. Yeah, man. It's a sad situation, man. And I just hope that anybody out there having a pull like that, whether it's for food or whatever it is, go and try and get you some help, man. Talk to somebody, man. You need a good friend that's gonna smash you when you need to be smashed, and lift you up when you need to be lifted up, man. All right, let's get to it. Let's finish. Let's move on because we got a lot to get to, y'all. We got a lot to get to. Let's go with Black History Minute. Brother, do you know who Thomas Jennings is?
Per usual, every week, I have no idea.
They didn't teach you about Thomas Jennings in high school, huh? I don't think so. I didn't think so.
No, sir.
Thomas Jennings was an African American inventor, tradesman, entrepreneur, and abolitionist in New York City, New York. He has the distinction of being the first African American patent holder in history. He was granted the patent in 1821 for his novel method of dry cleaning. You get your clothes dry cleaned, don't you, brother?
Sometimes, yes, sir.
Yeah. Well, there's a brother that invented that process. His invention, combined with his business expertise, yielded a significant personal fortune, which he then reinvested into the abolitionist movement in the United States. Thomas Jennings was born January 1, 1791, to a free, African American family in New York City. He later married a woman, Elizabeth, who was born a slave in Delaware, 1798, and died March 5th, 1873. Under New York's gradual abolition law of 1799, she was converted to the status of indentured servant and was not eligible for full emancipation until 1827. If freed slave children born after July 4, 1799, but only after they had served apprenticeships of 28 years for men and 25 years for women, far longer than traditional apprenticeships designed to teach a young person a craft, thus compensating owners for future loss of their property. Holy smokes. Jennings and his wife had 3 children, Matilda, Matilda, James, and Matilda was a dressmaker and wife of James A. Thompson, a Mason. Elizabeth Jennings became a school teacher, activist, and church organist, and was the wife of Charles Graham, whom she married on June 18, 1860. James E. Jennings was a public school teacher. Jennings was a leader of the cause of abolitionism and African American civil rights in the United States. So I'm not going to go into the whole thing, brother, but basically, the man made all this money and he bought a lot of his other family members, outstanding family members who were still slaves. He bought them out of slavery. In other words, it's a lot of times where some white people will say, well, black people own slaves too. Yeah, they bought their families out. They purchased their family members out of slavery. So don't go for that okie doke. Sometimes that they'll tell you, oh, well, black people own slaves too. They were buying their family members. Anyway, all right, here we go. Blind Guy, his wife, their life. The Black History Minute is always appreciated. I've never heard of him until now either. Yeah, BG, I you know what I'm saying? I haven't heard of him either, but I'm glad I looked him up, man, because I try to, give our children some information on their people, man. That's how your children get strong. When they know their history, backwards and forwards, they get stronger like that. Let's see what PG and his wife always got something good to say. Look, exactly. They were saving their family from buying free. Yeah, I know. See, but a lot of times, if you tell, especially in particular Caucasian people, if you tell them, hey, um, if you talk to them about slavery and how bad it was, they'll say, well, black people own slaves too, but this is the circumstance that they own them. It wasn't to own them, and they owned a big plantation. They had them working on plantations. They were buying their family members. But anyway, that had to be
Right.
broken down. Anything to say about that, Brother Jarvis? Any comments?
No, sir, big bro. Well, you know, somebody like a Larry, you know, if I don't know if anybody out there knows the man. He's running for what governor in California. Anyway, he's a black Republican.
Right,
Somebody like him would say something as foolish as this: black folks own slaves too. You know,
right.
but being a black man, he wants to put everything that happened to us on us, and he takes the devil off the cross. So something like this, to say, black folks own slave, he would say something as foolish as that, you know. And I've heard people call him up black and try to explain to him the slavery that you're talking about, they were talking about in Africa, was never like the slavery,
Yeah,
you know,
no, totally different situation.
before.
And that's maybe we need to break that down on another
Yeah,
show.
it was a more of an. Okay, yes, sir. All right, big brother.
All right, yeah, we'll break that down on another show. Right now we gotta get through. We gotta fly
Yes, sir.
through it. Uh, wait a minute. Wait a minute. Wait a minute. Wait a minute. I always have to say this. Don't take our word for it about Thomas Jennings. Go look it up for yourself. Dig that. Okay, let's go into your money. The STEM C job of the week. Brother, do you know what STEM stands for?
I think you gave the label science, technology, engineering, and math. The M, I'd
Correct.
rather have manufacturing, but that's cool. Math. And C stands for, I forgot what the C stands
The C stands for, that's, I put the C on for communication. It means you know how to talk well, speak
for. Okay.
well, or articulate yourself properly. You can make a ton of money out here. You can make a ton of money. Yeah. Let's see. What Friendsgiving said. That's good info. I actually never considered that they were buying their families black. Yeah, Friendsgiving. I mean, I've heard this argument before about them owning black people owning slaves and stuff, and they never considered a circumstance under which that was the legal way they could get their families out of slavery. You know what I'm saying? It was to purchase them, like you got to purchase a piece of property. You had to purchase your relatives. You had to purchase people out of slavery. That was the only way to get them out. So
Right.
that's what some of our people was
Right.
doing. But they'll say, "Oh, well, they own slaves." Of course, yeah, they own the documents, but they didn't own the people. They just bought them, as family members typically. Anyway, let's see. Let's move on. Any other questions about that, Brother Jarvis? Statements?
Oh, no, no, sir. That's it.
Okay, let's get into the STEM job of the week. STEM C job of the week. STEM G job of the week is a mechanical engineer. Uh, mechanical engineer. What is a mechanical engineer? Mechanical engineers research, design, develop, build, and test various devices. They often have an innate curiosity about the way things work. Robert J. Sims, former president of the American Society of Mechanical Engineers, this curiosity reared its head at 10. I repaired an old radio and used an old power supply to experiment with the electrolysis of water. I produced a small amount of hydrogen that I proceeded to ignite. He wrote in the email, good judgment is not inherent in the young. That comes later with experience. And enthusiasm for solving problems is a vital trait of mechanical engineers, says Warren Singh, a professor of mechanical engineering at Massachusetts Institute of Technology. It takes creativity to shepherd a theoretical device into practical reality. Okay, let's get to the good part. How much does a mechanical engineer make? Mechanical engineers make the median salary is $88,430 in 2019. That was the median salary. Then the best paid 25% made 111,980 that year, while the lowest paid 25% made $70,280 that year. Now, how do you become a mechanical engineer? You got to have a degree. You got to get you a degree, and mechanical engineering is going to be at least a 4-year degree, but a master's is preferable. Questions about that, brother?
So there's never any questions about that, except that in our community, we're always in need of whatever. Enough rappers, we got enough athletes, we got enough of that. So we need some more mechanical engineers, architects, doctors, lawyers, and accountants. You know, so
And we
that's all I got to
need
say about that, brother.
nation building, nation building. All right, y'all. The moment y'all been waiting for. The lead topic. Our lead topic. Okay. Let me get this off of here. Okay. The lead topic today is the dangers of picking the wrong mate and how to avoid that mistake. Right? So we're gonna discuss that. We're gonna discuss the problems in doing that. Let me see. Brother Clarence, blind guy, his wife, their life. Brother Clarence, you always bringing great career options that I didn't realize were in the STEM field. Uh, Martin building included. Martin building indeed. Nation building indeed. Yeah, that's what we're trying to do. We're trying to do some nation building. I got you, BG. I already knew where you was going, brother. Yeah, nation building included. I hear you. I hear you, brother. That's what we're trying to do, man. Trying to start small. Hopefully, we'll pick up speed and we get enough people to listen to us, man. Change things at least a little bit, brother. Okay, so now we're at the lead topic. We're at the lead topic. So, what are the dangers of picking a mate, the wrong mate, and how to avoid this mistake? Well, brother, are you familiar with a basketball player named PJ Washington? Plays for the Charlotte Hornets.
No, sir.
Okay, well, recently this brother was married or closely connected with this sister that all she wanted to do was get a baby from him. And she wrote a book about doing this, and she even made tutorial videos for women on how to they could uh, basically get athletes for all their money by having babies with them, right? So I want to play you a clip of this sister talking and answering questions in her from her IG account. Okay, so let's pull her up. She in the stream. Let's pull her up. Let's listen to what she's got to say.
Wouldn't be mad if I did. But there's only like one or two guys I would.
So right there, she's answering this question. Do you think that you've met the person you're going to spend the rest of your life with? Okay.
Revisit romantically. So we'll see. A lot of these guys.
Now she's asking the question: how do you manage to be a boss AB and get over these boys so easily?
Guys like to play tough and they act like I'm gonna be available forever. But honey, guess how many broken hearts there will be the day I get engaged and I'm expecting. I just get over them because I'm like, if it's not you, then that means my future husband's still out there. Thank God. My favorite basketball team is whatever NBA player I'm fucking. I love watching basketball. It's just way more interesting when there's someone on the team like that I'm linked to, but I don't really have a favorite one, just players. first thing off the dome is the dome because I love sucking dick. But here's the thing: there's a lot of guys that I've been with that I never sucked their dick, or if we were intimate, it wasn't a focal point. So I don't know. I've met pretty much all the guys I've ever talked to since 2014 on social media. Sweetie, you're not gonna meet me at Whole Foods, so you might as well slide in the DMs now. Shush. I would say he's probably 5'3" or 5'4". And I'm 5'6". He's a shorty, a little evil ass. I'm just honest. I don't fear anyone or anything, so I never find it necessary to lie. You ask me, did you come, babe? Nope. Try again next time. Of all the guys I slept with, only 2 of them have been white.
Holy smokes.
Yeah, I'm just like not the biggest fan of pink meat. I like BBC.
Okay, brother. What did you think about that little exchange? What did you think about that?
You know, it's very disturbing to. I'm going to assume that she was black. She looked black to me.
Yes.
If she's not all black, she's got black in her. Look black, and it's very disturbing to witness and observe into. This is what we've come down to. You know, one of the worst things to me that you can do to a man is add a man up. A man is more, especially a black man, your worth is much more how much money you make. The black worth is much more than how much you can give her. The black man, your worth is much more than what he can do for her. It's terrible that in this time, as black men, we reduced to 6, 7, 8 figures. That's my worth. That also determines how cute I am. It's terrible. And what I mean by cute, because it was someone they're attracted to. But even if he isn't attractive because he's money, now all of a sudden he is attractive. You know, it's terrible. And to sit up here and listen to her, and she says it so nonchalantly, and she's so blunt and matter of fact. You know, like, did you come? Try next time. You couldn't be any nicer or kinder than that. Evidently, whoever it was you're with, you don't care about him. You can't. Okay, and like I think, sex, 50% of sex is mental. If to the person,
Let
that
me
may
ask
have
you a
been on
question.
you and not on him.
Let me ask you a question, brother. How do you think we got to this point? How do you think she got to this point where she said to herself, "This is how I'm gonna handle myself"? How did we get to this point? But hold that question. Hold that question, because I got another one. That's even more pressing to this conversation. Do you think she would make a good mate for especially an NBA basketball player? Do you think she would make a good mate?
Dear brothers, this sister couldn't make a good mate for the worst of us. I mean, who is she going to please? She only thinks about herself. I mean, it's completely gone, man. I mean, it's terrible.
Okay, well, what makes her a bad mate? What makes her a bad mate? What makes her a bad mate?
Man, you can replay that. Listen to her.
Yeah, what's the problem?
Listen to her. She can nothing but herself. She's in love with herself. She's reduced to man to figures. He's not a man anymore. He's nothing more than what she can get out of him to please her.
Okay, so what's so bad about that? How is that going to affect him negatively? How is any of that going to affect him negatively?
She's not even. You know, one thing about the woman, she's the man's helpmate.
Eh,
The only person thinking about is the only person she's thinking about is herself. Don't care about anything or anybody. But you know what? In her mind, she's a nice person. Like most of us. Most of us see ourselves as nice people. I'm a good guy. I'm a good girl. No, you're not.
Right.
Most of us, you're not. You're not good. You know. But I mean, that's why any of us to put ourselves on our own scale because you're looking from the inside out. But everybody on the outside, that's why I say I just man, you know. But that's another system, man. She no good to nobody and nothing, man. What do? I mean,
Well,
she's. If you ask me, I don't know her. I don't know what happened to her, but it doesn't look like or sound like she hasn't done anything domestically to make herself qualified for a man. She doesn't even.
no.
She don't care. Is she even qualified? Is she even fit to help a man out? She's not even fit to help, and you're the help. You
You
know,
know
I
what she
heard
sound
the
like
Honorable
to me?
Minister Louis Farrakhan say,
Go ahead, brother.
"Oh no, I'm sorry, man." I heard the Honorable Minister Louis Farrakhan say, who was taught by the Honorable Elijah Muhammad, who was taught by Master Farad Muhammad. You know that sits at the feet of a woman, and that woman bringing straight hell, and she ain't bringing no heaven, no comfort, no nothing. There's nothing she could do for nobody.
Well, she looked good though.
At
She
very
looked good.
best, yeah, that's all she can do for you,
She
and
looked
that's all
good.
she can do for you, and that's the only way to treat her. You know, I mean, yeah, you look nice. Who wants to be, after you finish with, it's like having a what something that comes in a pretty wrapper. After you done with what came in the wrapper, you throw that away, and then she probably wonder why men want to throw me away. You ain't no good. You throw her away, brother. I mean, once
Well, that's
there's nothing, and after, with her, she's in a nice, pretty wrapper. But once you take the wrapper off, you're gonna find out there's nothing in there. So you throw the
devil,
wrapper
brother.
away.
The devil's in her. That's that's what's in her. The devil.
Yeah,
She ain't got no good in her. But let's do this. We talking about having a bad mate, selecting a bad mate. Now, most people on this planet were never taught how to select it, taught mate selection, especially the women. They're never taught mate selection. Men are self-centered enough to do things to try to at least look for certain types of things in a mate. Although we a lot of times don't do that, we don't actually get it. We a lot of times we're self-centered enough to where we want somebody that will, roll with our program, right? Well, women a lot of times they don't know, especially women in the age of the womenist movement. They don't really know what to look for in a mate selection. They say they want a nice guy, and then when they get a nice guy, they step all on them, trying to get to the alpha dogs. So what do they really want, right? So that's the confusion there on their end. So nobody's really teaching them how to mate. What things should you look for in a mate? Now, the main question they should be asking themselves is, what are the bad parts of selecting the wrong mate? What are the bad parts of that? So I got a little list here. And one of the things that's a bad part of bad mate selection is bad kids. I mean, you can have the good mate and have bad children, but having a bad mate,
right.
that is a lock for bad children. That's a lock. And and when I say a bad mate, I mean a mate that's kind of like this chick we were watching just a second ago, where the evilness is so outspoken that you could see this evilness right away, right? Now, I'm sure when she came up to PJ Washington, she didn't show that evilness, right? Because she knew that would run him off. She done been through that, so she know how to hide it just enough to get him on the hook to give her the child that she took from him. and now she's supposed to reporting getting $200,000 a month in child support, and that is crazy. That is crazy. And the child ain't even here yet, but they're trying to negotiate $200,000 a year, according to the reports. But my thing
A
is,
year or a month?
a month, $200,000 per month. Like what? What's 200,000 times 12? 2.4 annually million. That's what she wants.
Yeah.
But let's
Oh
get back to
God.
these bad kids, man. Let's get back to these bad kids. Now, these children have emotional problems because they're dealing with one parent that got sense and one parent that doesn't. Or basically, when one parent has sense and the other parent doesn't have sense, either one or two things gonna happen. Either the parent with sense is gonna stop having sense because they ain't gonna be able to. They mean you having sense and the other person not having sense ain't gonna be able to cohabitate together. You're not gonna be able to cohabitate. So you're gonna either have to give up your sense, or the person with no sense is gonna have to jump on your program. But 99% of the time, what happens? The person with the sense jumps off and jumps on the person with no sense, and you go for that roller coaster ride. This emotional scarring happens to the children. The children see this and says, neither one of these people got sense. I trusted these people. I can't trust them. Neither one of them got no sense. Neither one of them are making good decisions. Therefore, I need to trust the people in the street because they talk straight to me, right? Big Ron and Lil Kev on the street, they talk straight to me. These people play games. They tell me one thing and then they do something else. Big Kev and them, they just do what they say they're gonna do. So they learn not to just trust the people in the house and trust the people in the street. That's another thing that pushes them out into the street. The next thing is shabby relationships, man. Shaky relationships. In a relationship, you need to be able to say, I can depend on you. I can depend on this person, right? No matter what. You know, good example, blind guy, his wife, their life. Hey, man, you can tell he can depend on her and she can depend on him, right? But average relationship where you're not picking a good person, you don't pick the right mate. You're not in that situation, bro. You're in a situation where you don't know what's going to happen. You can do all the good picking and you still don't know what's going to happen. But at least if you have a person got a track record of being there for you, you can feel better about it. Next thing is low self-esteem, man. When you start accepting this behavior of a person, of a mate that's not at the level that you wanted to be at, you have low self-esteem because it brings your self-esteem down because you say, man, why am I taking this? Why am I putting myself through this? You try to figure out why you sacrificing to do this. And then if you just there just because like you said, the girl looked good, who cares? Who cares? If the girl looked good, doesn't matter, does it? If she tearing your life apart, right? What do you think about that, Brother Jarvis?
Well, there's so much to go with that. You pick a baby, you got a good one. I heard Mr. Farrakhan say that you know when you got a good parent and a bad parent, it's like hit or miss. You produce one good one, and you produce one bad one. You produce one good one, and you produce two bad ones. Hit or miss. And because you got one mate that's like you said solid with sense, you got another mate that's plain crazy. It's hit or miss in the DNA because when a woman becomes pregnant, she has 23 chromosomes and you have 23 chromosomes. Well, encased in all those chromosomes are also properties. There's a lot encased in all that. You got the past and the present and all that too to make up, a child. So the end result is the child, which is really supposed to be, they say, like a celebration of that union, a man and a woman, you would think. But when you
Well,
pick
let's
on one,
well, brother. I
go
don't
ahead,
mean to
Jay.
interrupt you. Let me, because Snuggles 668 got a good question. And how you doing out there, Snuggles? But we appreciate your question, and this is a very good question for the topic that we're talking about, which is what are the makings of a bad mate? What are the makings of a bad mate? Okay, what are the makings of a
Well,
bad mate?
question. I mean, we could replay that video of that sister on there, and that's a prime example of someone who, like I said, the only thing she can see is herself. I mean, you're admitting that you entrapped this man to have a child. You know, that's a terrible thing. I
Hmm.
mean, you deceived the man. One, how do you think he's going to feel? He discovers, and I know he know now, you deceived him. But the most important thing, that equation of her, that woman, and this other is that one day that child that's going to be born is going to figure out or listen to, because the internet never dies, going to come across that video of his or her mom, and they're going to play that back and realize I was born off of a trick. I wasn't born with any love. I was born, mama, because you tried to trap a man. Is that the reason why I'm here? And then you know why you produce, or you wonder why this society winds up the way it does. Because
Brother
when that child
Jarvis?
goes back to, go
Brother
ahead.
Jarvis, I hear you, brother. You're making sense. What I'm saying is, I think they're looking for a list of items, like a shopping list of items. Oh, I think this is what Snuggle is looking for, a shopping list of items where when you see these items, you know, oh, this is a bad person. This is a bad mate. For me, this is bad. And so let me throw one out there. Let me throw one major
Go ahead.
thing. When you see this, you know that you need to stay away from this person as far as intimately, and that is incompetence. When you see a person that has blatant incompetence in a certain area of their life, something is going on there, and you need to stay away from them. Yes, everybody makes mistakes here and there. So I'm not talking about a person that is just overworked and he's making mistakes. I'm talking about you see somebody do something that makes absolutely no sense, and you're going, what are you doing? Like, you got a man and he got a regular job, but he stay out all night. He come in at 6 in the morning. What are you doing out there all night? Well, you got to be out the house all night long and coming at 6 in the morning. What's going on there? You don't have no extra job. You don't have no. I'm just out with the fellas. Really? I mean, even your boys ain't gonna. Even your boys gonna say, "Man, it's late. I gotta go." So what are you doing out there? So we see in blatant incompetence, stuff like that, or people that have money but they're just not paying their bills, right? They just don't pay them. You gotta say, wait a minute, what's going on here? How come this person got late nurse notice and this late? Yeah, we all get late notices every once in a while, but I'm talking about that their regular way of doing things is to just let everything get read. That's how you see incompetence is a major way of knowing. Now, there's some other things. What is it? What's the one that they say all the time where narcissism? When you see narcissism, when I say narcissism, I mean when a person doesn't take other people's feelings into uh, consideration before they make moves. That's narcissism, right? I mean, what you say, Brother Jarvis? You got anything to add to that list?
No, well, a bad mate, if you're a woman and you're trying to pick a husband or a man, and it never seems like the man ever quite, gets themselves together, meaning financially, that could be a sign of very bad mate, because most men and women, most of the time, it's the man who's more logical than the woman. So most of the time, it's the man who's safe. would have balance there, although yeah, one's a spender and one's a saver. If it's real love there, you can negotiate and build. But if you got somebody that's a spender and don't want to listen to the saver, you know, that's a recipe for disaster. Whatever that, even if it's real love, that relationship is going to end. It doesn't matter. Anything with I mean, that's one. I think we're looking for red flags. There are red flags that
Yeah,
you're looking
of
for,
course.
and
That's what
there
they're
are
asking
many.
us for. How do you find it?
Red
What do you?
flags.
Yeah. What are some red flags? What are red flags? But before we get to that,
Like I
let me answer this question from Snuggles. Remember, a good woman can have an emotional outburst at any time, and the man will pay for it because the law is on my side. Young men should take a chance with the unjust laws. They should be smart about how they do it. Snuggles, they don't just jump into a situation. It's not like the old days what we were talking about before. It's not business as usual anymore. You got to be very careful how you do things now, especially with the Me Too climate out there. You have to be very careful how you do things as a man. As a man is very, very touchy. And women think, well, how come men ain't approaching us no more? How come men ain't asking me out no more? How come this is it? Because men are risking a lot trying to get involved with a woman. Women are very dangerous people to get involved with if you don't know them properly. If you make one false move and a woman can have you sitting in a jail cell. So it's very dangerous for men out there. So that's why they're backing up and trying to reassess how they do things. Um, I see you, BG. Yeah, yeah. Snuggles is on it, man. Type so fast. Let me get a couple more here. Uh, Also, it takes a case of two unfit mates. What's the vetting process look like? Yeah, what's the vetting process? How do we how do we vet these women? How do we vet people rather? Let's say, how do we vet people, Brother Jarvis? And you know what I mean when I say vet.
No, I'm not sure what big means.
Okay, I mean vetting means uh, uh, going through and trying to take a good look at analyzing their lifestyle and their life and trying to decide if they're going to be an asset or a liability if we take them on in our lives, basically. You know what I mean?
Oh, okay. Yeah.
It's like a job
Yeah,
does
we're
a
gonna say
background
that
check.
logically. Okay.
Yeah, yeah. So how do we vet? Well,
Yeah.
let me start off by saying this. The vetting process is kind of like a um, courting process. That's why we have a courting process. For those of that's interested in it, it's a courting process. So if you courting a woman, then you're going to give her enough space. You holding on to her long enough. You got her in a close enough where you can try to spend time with her, but you're far enough away where you're not putting a lot of pressure on her, and then you can see her in different situations. If you can't see somebody in different situations, then how are you going to be able to vet them? You have to see them in different situations. You have to go places with them. You have to do things with them. You have to, but what I would do is meet their family. I would try to meet their family because that's going to tell you a lot about a person, especially a woman. It's going to tell you a lot when you meet the family. When you meet the family and you see how she is with her family, that's going to tell you a lot. She's like, I don't really keep up with my family. Whoop, flag on the field there, flag on the field. But you know, and then you're going to have to see her in different situations. How does she treat the waiting staff? How does she treat other people? How does she treat me? Does she does she do anything for me that's outside of what she would do for any other guy? I mean, how does she do? What's going on there? You know what I mean? If I ask her, hey, baby, you know what? I know we just starting out and everything, but I don't want you to be exclusive. I want us to be exclusive. And she says, okay, I'll be exclusive with you. And then you say, well, if we're gonna be exclusive, can you do a cleanse? Because I don't want you to have these other men's DNA in your system by you dealing with me. Can you cleanse yourself? I don't need to cleanse myself. See, you when you the unfortunate part about us being in this country is we was introduced to rebelliousness, especially the women were introduced to rebelliousness. So they easily to rebel on you. So when you got a rebel in your camp, that is a red flag to me. And that's just part of the vetting process is giving them an opportunity to either get on get on board with your program or rebel against your program. And when you see a rebel, you should never take a beautiful rebel into your camp because they're gonna tear you apart from the inside out. They're gonna have the children against you, they're gonna have the dog against you, they're gonna have their mama against you, they're gonna have your people against you if they listen to them long enough. You just need to not do that. Now that's part of my vetting process. What do you say, Brother Jarvis?
You know, um, when you ask the question, red flags or what do you do to help vet somebody? To me, and I could be wrong, but because I talk to people younger than me, which is not hard, me and my age, it seems to me, but it seems like nothing I do. I don't know if they listen to me. Everybody's at warp speed. They go, I met you today. I kissed you that afternoon. I marry you tomorrow. And it's like, I'm the same thing over and over. Why don't y'all slow down? Slow down. If you're going to vet somebody, like you say, I can't get to know you overnight. So it's going to take me a little time to get to know you. So, like you said, put them in certain situations and certain circumstances to where the real them is going to come out. And it always does. But everybody to me needs to slow down. You know,
Well, let me
you
read
ask
this.
me.
Let me read this comment from Nancy.
Hey, please.
Sister Nancy says men need to start from a position of agency. Women aren't dangerous. Oh no, that is that's an untruth, Nancy. They're very dangerous in this today's dating market. Uh, they've learned a lot of men extreme short-sightedness and vanity and detachment from the consciousness of their decisions. Let me tell you something about men. Men are only interested in, let me say this, men are only interested in what they're interested in. And if a woman comes to them and shows them that they can have that they're about having sex with them, then men are going to misunderstand that and say, well, okay, well, this person wants to give me sex and I want sex, let's get it on. Instead of a woman showing him, hey, I'm interested in sex too, but I'm more interested in a relationship. So that's what I'm going to be about right now. Once we get on the same page about a relationship situation, then we can start talking about sex. But see, most women don't do that. Most women will try to get the sex popping first and then put the relationship together, as opposed to the opposite, which is put the relationship together. And then if you can't put a relationship together first, then that should tell you something about the man you got. He either is not mature enough yet, or he hasn't gotten to the point where he can understand that dynamic and still move forward. So, that dude will come into your life and tear your life apart, especially if you got children. But that's just me. That's the way I feel it. I feel about it. Let's move on to Snuggles. We got some other comments here. I'm gonna just read through the comments real quick, Brother Jarvis. The problem is you're trying to vet people. The vetting process should be done by elders. That's why your elders, the process should be never done by the person that's where the mistake lies. Yeah, but most people don't have elders to do the vetting for them. Before there was arranged marriages where the parents would vet the son, vet the boy, and see if he came from a good family and he was about something. Now, that's just not. It's not happening. It's not happening. Um, Friendsgiving, but you can be a good person with dysfunction. Absolutely, absolutely. I'm not saying that's the only mark. I'm just saying that's something that you need to pop your head up. Just like a man. A man that doesn't have, I don't get along with my family. That's something that you need to keep your eye open on. I'm not saying that that person's a bad person, but there's definitely something you need to keep your eye on. Definitely something. Okay, let's move on. Nancy, I agree with the host vetting process and comments about rebelliousness. Yes, yes, yes. Thank you, Sister Nancy. Sister Nancy, again, what you described as a dangerous woman is just a woman not taking responsibility for her man's short-sightedness. No, sister, I'm not saying a woman is dangerous. I'm saying in the culture of where we are, a woman can you can just go out on a date with a woman and a woman can go straight to the police and say this man tried to touch me, and they can have you sitting in jail just on an accusation, or ruin your career, or get you thrown, or get you fired, or what. A woman can do that. I mean, that's the situation. See, women don't realize the real situation, the risk that men are taking by getting involved with you. You don't realize that, and that's why I think you're making these comments. Uh, and the man leaving himself wide open becomes he wants to be continue to be with blinders. Men are waking up. That's the problem. Men are waking up. They're not. They're realizing, oh man, this culture, this cancel culture, this culture is so dangerous for men that I got to take it slower. That's why men are not asking women out on dates anymore, because they're like, I don't want to get myself caught up, and then next thing I know, the police are sitting there waiting at my job. So that's why they're trying to take it slower, like Brother Jarvis was saying. They're just taking it slower because they don't have no option to. Oh, got you, sister. Okay, finally got all we're all back on the same page. All right, Brother Jarvis. What we how do we what are some other characteristics of uh what are some other characteristics of picking a bad mate? Like how would you know? How do you know you picked a bad mate? How do you know? What are some of the signs that tell you, uh-oh, I stepped into the wrong place here?
Well, you read Blind Guy. You want to read that first before I comment?
Oh yeah, let me read the word. Blind guy, his wife, their life. Right as a young woman, you don't realize how your actions can be to men. These conversations are helping everyone to become aware. Yeah, just become aware of the situation, because a lot of times women don't realize the high risk that men are. A man that comes up to you and asks you out, a woman can just say, "Hey, I'm offended. I'm going to the police. This man did something to me." And I mean, look at a perfect example is Governor Cuomo up there in New York. I mean, they got this guy on just uh, you know making jokes, touching people on the stomach, on the back. I mean, they got this guy hemmed up. They finally forced him out. You know what I mean? All over. I mean, now when he came to this cup and breast thing, that was bad. But I mean, most of the stuff was really not that bad. And so that's my point. It's very dangerous for men, dangerous environment for men, especially if you're trying to ask a woman out, talk to a woman. It's a toss up how the woman's going to take it. It depends on how the woman's going to take it. You don't never know. You know what I mean? Not like the old days, like me and Brother Jarvis were talking about last week, where you talk to a woman, you say something she don't like, and she just be like, "Man, forget you," and walk away from you, or she tell you, cuss you out or something. It was a different time then. Now, girl might not say nothing to you, and then you go to work, and then there's a note on your desk, meet us in HR, and then you go down to HR, and they say, we got to let you go, partner, because you said something to Joni, and Joni, now she feels like she can't come to work because of you being here. Let me see what Nancy said. Nancy said something else here. But men shouldn't ask women out in the midst of working with her. I agree. That's why I'm always telling men not to do that, Nancy. I agree. Brother Jarvis, me and him disagree on that a little bit. But I agree. And under no circumstance should you be asking women out on work time. Now, if you work with her and it's after work, it's after 5 o'clock, then, maybe you can say, hey, you know what, you want to go grab something to eat or something like that. Then that's different. But nothing while you on those clock hours, nothing, zero. Let me see what blind guy, Brother Jarvis, everybody's hitting us up. Blind guy, his wife. Dang, I missed answering, but yes, as Snuggles, I believe the law's in my favor as a woman, and I agree with Nancy that pretty women get the benefit of the doubt, unfair but typical. Yeah, that's how I go. That's how I go. You know what I'm saying? That is just how it goes. Unfortunately, most men are uh, enthralled by the beauty of a woman because that's what most of us want. So we will make excuses for more beautiful women. We make more excuses for them. And unfortunately, when you're making all those excuses for beautiful women, it doesn't put them in a position where they have to fix their personality and make it more amicable. So they just get more, it just makes them push the envelope farther because they go, well, why should I change and be a better person when I'm getting what I want and I can make people bow down to me, right? Remember the devil said, I'm made of fire. Why should I treat this man better than me? I'm made of fire. Or like this sister said, I'm made of fire, right? I'm better than these men. So I'm gonna take them for all their money. But I see this having a bad ending for this sister. I see it as a bad ending for her. Horrible ending for her. Anyway, let's get back to our topic. Our topic was what? The dangers of picking the wrong mate and how to avoid it. We picking the wrong mates. We can see it. Let me give you some statistics. Let me give y'all folks some statistics. This is from the Census Bureau. Black men were more likely to be married than white men until 1960. Till 1960, after the 1960s, the number of unmarried black men, rose sharply. Why is that? Why is that? Is that a result of picking the wrong mates? A lot of these guys getting divorced or they having baby mamas and they're just saying this girl's crazy. Why are you having baby mamas? Like JP said on her live stream, get a condom. Get a condom. That's all you have to do is get a condom. If you're gonna have premarital sex. Now, those of us like myself are saying, man, you should really cut down on the premarital sex. If we just did that, man, we would stop all having all these babies, unplanned babies. But look at this. White men have pretty much stayed the same across the board. But since the 1960s, black men, in 1950, it was 7% of black men were unmarried. In 2010, 25% of black men are not married. And this is from the Census Bureau. So it ain't my statistic. This is from the Census Bureau. Let's take another look at a statistic. Black women more likely to be married than white women until 1970. 1970. Okay, in 1970, 7% of black women were not married. In 2010, 27% of black women are not married, or never been married, rather, I should say. Not married, but never been married. I mean, what's happening? Is this a result of picking the wrong mate? What do you think about that, Brother Jarvis?
Wow, as far as those statistics go, there are major reasons why, like you said, in the 1960s, that black men were more likely to be married, but when the 1960s hit, it dropped. Remember the 1960s was that whole decade was like a movement.
Powder
Not
keg.
only people, I'm sorry.
I said powder keg.
Right, right. It was a movement for not only black people, but it was a movement for a lot of groups. And you have to remember too, and this was really before the 1960s, but it really got uh, pushed in the 70s and 80s when it became, and this is the biggest problem, if you ask me, it became more financially. You had a better financial chance as a woman as long as that man wasn't around. We'll give you a, a check, but as long as that man not around. But if that man's around, we're not going to give you a check. To me, that's the biggest reason why marriages dropped and a lot of things dropped and divorce went up. It became profitable not to have the man around. That's why.
I agree with you on that,
You know.
brother. Let me read this comment from Sister Nancy. Unfortunately, men want women to compete with one another for the man prize, and so that triangulation bites the man who learns he isn't truly seen as a prize to his chosen winner. Well, I will say it like this: um, I don't, I don't think it's just natural that women are gonna have to compete for good men, and it's gonna be even greater. Why? You see, in the next 10 years, it's not gonna be men that stepping to women. It's gonna be women stepping to men because it's gonna be so many women out there as opposed to single men that women ain't gonna have no choice. If you want a man, you're gonna have to get proactive now. It's the 80s and the 70s are gone when you could just go somewhere, look good, be and go somewhere, and women are gonna, men gonna come up to you. That's not happening anymore. With the Me Too movement and so many guys getting caught on the hit parade, it's not happening no more. Women are gonna have to learn how to cold approach. So the men are definitely going to be the prize. If they're not perceived to be the prize now, they will be the prize. And um, it's unfortunate because women don't realize that if you're a good man, just like if you're a good computer programmer, it's going to be all kind of different companies going to be fighting for you. Apple, and if you get hired at Apple, Microsoft's going to be trying to hire you away from Apple. Uh, Oracle's going to be trying to hire you away from Apple. Even though you committed to that job, other organizations are going to still be trying to hire you. Well, that's the same thing if you're a good man. Other women, even though you're in a committed relationship, other women are going to want to try to get you away from that commitment, right? A good man is worth 10 times his weight in gold. A good woman is worth her weight in gold, but a good man is worth 10 times his weight in gold. And that's the reality of that situation. So you have to expect that if you're found a good man, the other women are going to be after this man. You just going to have to expect that, and you got to tighten your game up to keep them. Just like we as men, we had to expect that somebody's going to try to spit game at our women. So we got to keep our game tight in the house, right? Sister Nancy said the mistake is men thinking they are the prize. Well, it's not the mistake. It's just the reality of the situation. Men are definitely the prize in this situation because there's nothing else that women can do unless you got another option. Unless lesbianism is an option for you, or sleeping with cats, or whatever, then if those two things aren't options for you, then men, you're gonna have to deal with the reality of dealing with men. And so if you don't deal with men and look at men as the prize, like in other words, I said on another live stream, why is a man going to stay with a woman that's a woman that doesn't show him how he's going to win? A woman should show you how you gonna win by being with her, right? But if she don't show you, she gonna say, "Well, I'll wait until you be in a relationship before I do all this stuff." Well, if you wait until we're in a relationship, we're never gonna get in a relationship because man doesn't gonna never see how you gonna win. He gonna go with the best offer on the table, right? All things being the same, you're gonna go with the best offer on the table. Just like I told you about the computer programmer. If he put his resume on Monster, Apple come after him, Microsoft come after him, Oracle come after him. All these people coming after him. If basically it's the same, he's gonna go with the best offer. Oh man, well, I got backed up here, brother Jarvis. Give me a minute here. The mistake is men promoting competition. Men are promoting competition. That's the marketplace is promoting competition. The marketplace. The marketplace has shifted because of the womenist movement. The womenist movement and the Me Too movement has made men so cautious. So many of them are gun shy that they're just walking away from the situation. which is leaving less men out there to be out there involved in the dating scene, and all these other women out here on the dating scene, and that's what's causing the situation that we're faced with right now. Women who are winners at competition will keep that energy. Maybe so, hopefully. But women are gonna definitely have to learn how to cold approach men. That is not that's something that they can't avoid. If you want a good man, if you want a good man, you're gonna have to step to him, because good men are gonna be in demand, just like a good computer programmer is gonna be in good demand, and everybody's gonna be trying to get at that man. Women who are good at being competitive will not rest in their femininity, and men will feel the effects. No, you can still be competitive and feminine at the same time. What you don't want to be is masculine and competitive. That's where, when you deal with a man is that's going to turn a man off, is when they see you masculine. You can still be feminine, like I said before. You wash a man's clothes for a week. You fix him something homemade from home for a week. That man will be. I don't care who he's sleeping with. That man, you're going to be on his mind all the time, and eventually he's going to figure it out. He's going to eventually figure it out. Blind guy, his wife, their life. Shucks, the men are fine being the prize. It's the whole miscommunication between the sexes. Absolutely. And it's promoted so that these dating coaches can make a bunch of money, making it so it's like it's a complicated situation, but it's really not complicated. It's not. It's simple. It's simple situation. Look for people that have good in them, that's going to do good for you, that's going to make your life better, and leave the other people alone. But everybody wants the swag, and we as men, we want a beautiful, crazy woman. That's something we mean. We think that means something to us. It doesn't mean nothing to us. Anyway, I'm sorry, brother Jarvis. I was getting off of your point that you was making. Can I make one other point real quick? I got another statistic here.
Yes, sir.
Black interracial marriage, or interracial marriages, put it like this. It's not black, it's just interracial. Black men having a white spouse has dramatically jumped from it was bad, it was low, but now it's bad, it's out of control at 409,000 men as of 2017 have married a white spouse, and black women only marrying 172,000 out, right? And so it just goes to show that we're not understanding what we need to be picking in mates. We're not understanding what needs to be picked in the mates, because we can't even see what's supposed to be in us, in each other. We got to go out. And I'm not saying it's bad to go out, but I'm just saying we shouldn't have to go out that much, right? Shouldn't have to go out that much, right? Anyway, I got a few more stats, man. Now, what they always saying, oh, well, you guys don't want a black wife, right? 85% of married black men have a black wife. 93% of married black women have a black husband. So, see, a lot of this stuff is just not statistically correct, man. This is just marriages as of 2014. These stats are black demographics. So I ain't make this stuff up. Anyway, I got another stat, but I'm gonna wait. Let me just catch up on the chats. Competition is fine till men want a woman to stop and she won't. And that's what men are experiencing. They want a woman to be satisfied and she won't settle for him. What do you mean settle for him, Nancy? What are you talking about? Settling. Either you got a man that's doing you right or he ain't. I don't see what settling is. But anyway, okay. Well, let's move on. Friendsgiving. I think both men and women should see each other as a prize. Otherwise, why be with the person if you don't find them valuable? Men already find women valuable. It's the women that don't find the men valuable. Well, in most cases, there's some men out there crazy enough to think women ain't no good or women ain't of value, but they value you because they chasing after you most of the time, right? They're trying to get you, right? Snuggles. Don't men naturally compete? Isn't there that part of male nature, the lack of male competition? Isn't that what women look at feminine men not wanting to compete, or did I get life wrong? Uh, Men like to compete except for women. That's the place that they don't want to compete. And when they do compete, when they feel like somebody else has a shot, they're gonna always feel like somebody else has a shot. And that's a bad place for a man to be, where you with a woman and you're trying to put all your eggs in that basket and you don't know if she's gonna run into somebody and say, hey, now you got another challenger. And I'm gonna give him the same chance I'm giving you. That's a difficult place for a man to be. They want to compete for everything except the woman, but they don't know how to get women. That's the problem. Nobody shows them how to vet and select mates properly. So they end up competing for women like they're competing for a sandwich or something, and they don't know what they're doing. Then see, when you compete for a woman, what you're doing is you're putting the control for the situation in a woman's hand. Because now you're competing, you're going to let the woman decide whether you're going to be in a relationship with her or not. No, 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 no. You decide whether you're going to be in a relationship with her, and then let her decide whether she's going to be get in this relationship. If she doesn't, then she doesn't. You move on to somebody else. But there's no reason to compete for no woman, especially in today's market. It's 16 single women to one single man. We're in California, so that's just California. I can't even imagine what it's like in Atlanta, Georgia, or someplace like that. It's just crazy. Why would you compete with women? Only an idiot would do that in this market. You don't have to do that. All you have to do is all you got to do is halfway put your picture on a dating site, and you're going to get offers up the yang yang. That's just, I mean, no, you didn't get life wrong. It's just that you just got a misunderstanding of the situation because you've been listening to, and all of us have been listening to this narrative that, oh, well, we gotta, compete. Men have got to compete. Men are gather hunters. No, we don't have to gather and hunt nothing. All we got to do is do our jobs, and women will fall right there. Women will be right there. Um, Nancy, again, whether it's the state of the relationships or not, women overall are at ease with the concept of not being the prize. It won't sit well. It's felt by women. She truly won't thrive. No, it's not saying that women aren't valuable, but you're not the, you're just not the focal point of the situation. You're not the focal point. Yes, you bring something to the table, but you're not the focal point. Because if you decide
Could
you
I
don't want
please?
to be in a relationship, sir,
I said, could I please address Nancy?
yeah, please go ahead.
You know, I think, go ahead and read that, bro.
Oh, I'm sorry. Settling for women equals accepting that you're not the prize. Women don't thrive in that emotional state. Go ahead, brother.
I know what she's saying, and it's not that, and I think she's really, really misunderstanding you. And it's been said, but I think it keeps going over her head. So let me say it like this: the woman, you are the prize. You are. Never stop being the prize, especially being a black woman. You have never stopped being the prize. You have always been the prize. But what I believe what she's misunderstanding you at is you devalue men and you made men nothing. And like somebody said earlier, which I think it keeps going over her head, both of you are the prize. But it seems like I don't know if you want to be the prize and he's not. If that's the case, then if you want the prize, because you're always going to be pursued. Said you pursue. It can be 16 to 1. It can be how many? It can be 20 to 1. But in general, still pursue women. Now, when she says good man, meaning Nancy, I mean, when you good, is this the $1 million man that it seems like 10 of y'all is after one of him? Instead of, but you got 9 other men sitting right over there, qualified, good men, quote unquote. But you don't want them because he's the $1 million man. So when you say good man, I mean, what do you really mean in that? Well, you are prize, but at the same time, so was the man who was making 40, 50, $60,000 a year. That's a prize also. He may not be making what, a $500,000 or $1 million a year, but he's still a prize. But you just throw him away. So you're gonna throw 90% of the brothers away and just go for the one who's financially fit. To me, you're coming off just like that sister on that video. She wants the best of the best of the best. But what you consider best in this society may not be best for you. So we're going back and forth on who's the prize, the man or the woman. It truly is both. But I'm hearing from Nancy, the woman has always been the prize, but the man is too.
I put the link out there, Nancy. If you want to click on and come on and join us and talk to us live, please, by all means, click on. We just family, we just talking. So, you have to worry about nothing. I'm sorry, brother. Go ahead.
No, but I have heard this. I have heard this from sisters that mostly young men in this society today now that the overconfidence. Men talk to women like, "Oh no, you should be chasing after me." Well, they do talk like that. Now, if you ask me, the reason why we talk like that is because it works. If it didn't work, we wouldn't talk like that. If the nice guy truly won, Nancy, then most of the brothers would act like the quote unquote nice guy. The reason why you get men who sometimes they don't have nothing, but like they pride because overconfidence or it's sexy, So you can't catch a fish by putting a hamburger on a hook. You got to put a worm on a hook to the fish. So when you hear, they act like they the prize. Well, they have to act like that because it works. That's why you get that.
Let me throw out there, Nancy. Nancy came back at you again, brother Jarvis. Man, she said, "How is it that men differentiate themselves?" And I saw that, Nancy. You said, and put women on the same level. We know automatically we're not equal options and swappable, just as men do. You want to address that, brother?
I don't know what that means. How is it that men differentiate between themselves and out women?
Well, I think
on the same
she's
level?
getting the idea, the impression that because I'm not saying she's the prize, she's not a prize. You know what I mean? I think she's getting that impression because I'm not saying you're the prize, you're what a man should be chasing after. And because I'm not saying you're the prize, she's getting the impression that I'm saying she's not a prize. Like you're saying you're a prize. I'm a prize and you're a prize. And together we are the prize together, right? But
Right.
because I'm not saying you're the whole prize, she's getting it twisted that I'm saying you're nothing. And I think that's the interpretation that she's getting.
I think, but the man is the prize, but so is the woman. I don't quite understand the question when she says, "How is it that men differentiate between themselves and out women differentiate themselves?"
Hold it,
I'm not
brother
sure.
Jarvis. Hold it. Snuggles said something real crazy. Hold on. The woman is the prize, and men are supposed to kiss the woman's feet. Ay. Holy smoke, Snuggles. What are you doing to us in here? What are you doing? Me and brother Jarvis are trying to put it in a nice way here. Holy smokes. Now we're going to have to take the gloves off in a minute. Holy smokes. Yeah, I mean, I don't mind kissing the woman's feet. If that woman's washing my clothes and cooking my meals and doing everything, yeah, I don't have no problem. Because, I know she'll kiss my feet on another day. When it's raining out there and I still got to drag my behind up to work, I know she's going to do the same for me. So I don't mind that. long as we had a yin and a yang, it's cool.
Yeah.
A lot of women just want the yang. You know, you kiss my. They looking for worshipers. I said this on another stream. A lot of women are looking for worshipers, man. They don't really want to work with somebody. They want somebody to work for them, and they want somebody to worship them,
Right.
like this chick here, right? I made a fire, you know, and you know, worship me. And no, we don't want to worship you.
Right.
We just want to have a good relationship with you. All right, Nancy, I see you down here. Let me see
Right.
what you got to say. It doesn't psychologically affect women to know that a man has 16 options. Not all 16 women are the same. We're not saying all 16 women are the same. We're just saying that he has a lot of different options to choose from. And that's the marketplace. It's not men making it that way. Actually, women made it that way. See, now I'm gonna just tell you the truth. In the 70s and the 80s and beyond that, 50s, 40s, we had these same problems we're having right now, but women were more likely to work the situation out. There wasn't, like Brother Jarvis said, there was no financial incentive to walk away from the relationship. 70s and beyond, in the 80s, 90s, and now, there's a financial incentive for the woman to walk away from a relationship. So what does that mean? So women are much more easily going to walk away from relationships nowadays than they did back in the day. So what does that mean for the dating market? That means you got exponentially many more women out there in the dating market nowadays. Exponentially more, because they're not working situations out. Dude mess up one time, she's out of there, right? Because she got an Instagram page, she got a YouTube page, she got a Facebook fan page. She got all these different ways of getting male attention. She don't need that person to be in the house anymore, right? Plus, she can take his money, so she don't need that person to be in the house, so she can leave the situation. What is that doing for the dating market? That is flooding the dating market with all these available women. That's where we're getting all these available women at. They're getting flooded in the market, right? So men don't have to be going out hunting for women as much anymore because there's so many available women out there. And all those options out there. I'm not saying all 16 options are good options. Just like men, you a woman, you got 5 different options. Most of the options are not going to be good options. You probably have 1 or 2 that actually it makes sense to even think about a long-term relationship. Well, same thing with men. Out of 16, it'd probably be 1 or 2 that you could say, maybe I could think about a long-term relationship in this situation. Anyway, moving on. Let's get Nancy just hitting us, man. If men are thinking that they are the prize solely because there are more women, then that's faulty reasoning, especially when men keep losing. The fact is their options are equal. No, men are not the prize because there's more women. Men are not the prize because there's more women. Gotta listen to what we're saying. We're not saying that the man is the prize because there's more women. The man is not the prize. The man is a prize. The woman is a prize. Everybody brings something to the table, right? Everybody brings a piece to the table. When everybody brings a piece to the table, you got a whole table there. See what I'm saying? Just because I'm saying that the woman is not the prize doesn't mean I'm saying she's nothing. I'm just saying that the man is a prize as well as the woman. And together, they can only make something happen together, right? Like Brother Jarvis said earlier, you got 23 chromosomes, I got 23 chromosomes. The only thing that can happen is when we get together. If we get together, that's how you can make a baby, a man in my image and in my likeness, if we put that essence and that ovum together, right? Okay, well, the same thing in a relationship. We're not going to have nothing unless you come together with me. We're on the same page. Spiritually, financially, emotionally. That's where we got everything together. But most people don't get together. They get together sexually. And everything else, they say, oh, we'll let it work itself out. And then they get bounced out of these relationships because they never was on the same page. They were just on the same page sexually. I hope you're getting that, Nancy. Okay, let me move on to Blind Guy. Nancy, go ahead and click on the link. Call in so y'all can talk. Yeah, please, Nancy, call in and talk. We're going to be nice to you. It's difficult to type and clear and hear, but if you can call in. We can get your perspective. Yeah, you call in. Yeah, yeah. I know you get it, Nancy. I know you hear we talking out of love. You get it, but call in. You can click in, stay for a second, and then go ahead and jet. But we just trying to make sure it gets put out there that we ain't trying to say women are not worth anything. We just saying a woman is not. You as a man shouldn't be chasing women, because if that's all you chasing is a woman and her beauty, then let me play you what we listen to earlier. I don't know if you were here earlier, but let me play you what we listened to earlier.
Please do.
Wouldn't be mad if I did. But there's only like one or two guys I would revisit romantically. So we'll see. A lot of these guys like to play tough and they act like I'm going to be available forever. But honey, guess how many broken hearts there will be the day I get engaged, and I'm expecting. I just get over them because I'm like, if it's not you, then that means my future husband's not there. Thank God. My favorite basketball team is whatever NBA player I'm fucking. I love watching basketball. It's just way more interesting when there's someone on the team like that I'm linked to, but I don't really have a favorite one, just players. First thing off the dome is the dome because I love sucking dick. But
Holy
here's the
smokes.
thing. There's a lot of guys that I've been with that I never sucked a dick, or if we were intimate, it wasn't a focal point. So I don't know. I've met pretty much all the guys I've ever talked to since 2014 on social media. Sweetie, you're not going to meet me at Whole Foods, so you might as well slide in the DMs now. Shooter. I would say he's probably 5'3" or 5'4". And I'm 5'6". He's a shorty. He's a little evil ass. I'm just honest. I don't fear anyone or anything, so I never find it necessary to lie. You ask me, did you come, babe? Nope. Try again next time. Of all the guys I slept with, only 2 of them have been white. Yeah, I'm just like not the biggest fan of pink meat. I like BBC.
All right, brother. So we can see that PJ Washington picked this lady. She took his baby. She ended the relationship, and now she wants $200,000 per month, not a year, per month, to take care of the baby. Ouch. 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 Now, my question.
Terrible, man.
Now, my question is, how do we avoid women like this? How do we avoid women like that?
It's gonna be really, really hard, brother, because a man, unfortunately, is gonna be a man, especially when you're a young.
What does that mean?
Because
What
you
does
really
that
don't
mean,
know
brother?
anything.
What does that mean? A man's gonna be a man. What does that mean?
You don't have a man. There is no young, natural black any man out there. There's no natural man out there that's not pursuing sex, young or old. Because again, remember, like we said prior, a man has testosterone flowing through his body 27 days a week. Now, the sexual part of that testosterone, which is called the libido, is very small, but it's there. And testosterone helps to make you who and what a man. Your voice gets deeper, your shoulders wider, taller. Testosterone helps you to be a man. And also with that, you pursue women for sex. So a man is going to be a man. To me, in today's society, a man gets punished for being who and what he is. It's like almost like a bad thing that you want to have sex. But naturally, I really can't help it. I was born to have sex with a woman. So avoiding this kind of woman who only thing she's going to show you is the outside. She's attractive. So when you see it, and you have access to it, and she's easy. And what I mean by easy, she made herself really available to this guy, you know. But a lot of times he gets labeled as stupid. Well, I've often gave the same analogy as the male black widow spider. The male black widow spider knows that the female is going to kill him. He knows that. But he still has sex with the female black widow spider. He knows it, but he can't help himself. So, I mean, I don't know how old the brother is or what really happened, but we go from the outside in. Go ahead, bro. What me, Nancy got to say? I can't hear you.
The brother's 22. Can you hear me now?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Yeah, I think the brother's 22. I think she's 27 or 28, something like that. Anyway, light years
Very
advanced.
young, very young, bro.
Yeah, she is light years advanced. Let me read Sister Nancy's comment here. Men want to use women like her to promote competition. That's what I'm saying. And that's why they stay losing. They think they can punch above their weight. Well, I
think I know.
Okay, go ahead, brother.
No, I don't think. Okay. See, this is the unfair thing that women. I hope she doesn't believe this. We don't promote competition. Men don't promote that.
Oh,
We don't say, okay, I want 5 of y'all to line up, and whichever one's the best. Women, I'm not going to say promote competition, but you create it. Now, this man is a basketball player. Evidently, he makes a lot of money. I'm going to say it again. The man that makes $40,000, $50,000, $60,000. You got 10 to 20 women on this basketball player. And the other guy, is making 40,000. Nobody even looking at him.
right.
That's not his fault. Women, you did that. You did that to him. Not him. Woman.
I think also the reason why women think that, see, it's easy to think that men promote the competition because there's a small fraction of men that probably do promote that, but most men, they don't want to compete for women. They want to find a nice woman, a good woman that they can spend time with, have sex with, talk to, and have them make them feel like they're a man. That's what the average man wants. You might have these guys that, I mean, if you dealing with these basketball players, of course, women have been chasing them since they was in college and high school, probably. So of course they're gonna try to put some, in a situation where competition. Let me see what else you got to say, Nancy. She went after him, and that's what you guys say women should do. The kind of women who will pursue a man is like her. No, not always. No, it's just something that women gonna have to do. Whether you're a good woman or a bad woman, you have to use the same tactics. You know what I'm saying? Like Jesus said, it's gonna rain on the just and the unjust. The rain's gonna hit both people. I mean, you're gonna have to use the same tactic. Maybe you not have the same intent. See, intent is the difference between a good person and a bad person. A bad person can walk an old lady across the street, but that bad person is only walking across the street because he's digging in her wallet to get her pocketbook out of it. While the good person is just walking across the street because he's trying to help the old lady. That his intention was to help. The other person's intention was to steal the pocketbook. So intention makes a difference. Why are you doing something makes a difference. See what I'm saying? This girl, the reason why she got with this man was to get on the payroll. That's her whole intention. If she could have went around having a baby, she would have went around having a baby. But she knew having a baby is the ironclad lock on the situation. It's locked. You ain't gonna be able to walk away. He ain't gonna be able to walk away and say, "Oh well, we just broke up." You can't say, "We just broke up." Now you got a living embodiment person there that you got to take care of. So I don't say that women like her, women Women like her are going to pursue guys. They're going to pursue guys. Yeah, absolutely. But other women, good women, going to have to pursue men too. But good women going to have to learn to pursue good men. That's the difference. If you want a man that's going to be out there in city to city, basically going to have probably a woman in every city, and you're okay with that, cool. But if you want a regular guy that's just going to go to work, go to the plant, be at the plant at 9 o'clock in the morning, get off at 5, be home at 6, wants to eat his meal, drink a beer or whatever, and then just relax, that kind of guy is going to be much more available than these other type of guys. And women are not even paying attention to that. Let's do some other chats real quick, bro. Snuggles, are men polygamous by nature in general? Yes or no in your explanation? Men are definitely polygamous by nature. Well, they're not polygamous by nature. They're monogamous by nature. They're polygamous by circumstance. They have the ability, they have that extra switch in their head that they can turn on the polygamy if when it's necessary. When the times come to a point where polygamy is what's going to be needed, they can hit that switch. Now some men are just I wouldn't say vain, but they're just gluttonous and they just want other women. That's not, to me, polygamy. Polygamy is a whole nother situation where you're willing to take care of these different women. Not just, I'm just gonna run around hitting a bunch of different women. That's not polygamous. That's just you being greedy. I'm talking about polygamous is when you're ready to conduct multiple emotional relationships with women. That's polygamous. And yes, by nature, they have a switch in their head that they can hit, that when it's necessary, they can do what I'm saying, which was the latter, which is actually having relationships, multiple emotional relationships and sexual relationships with different women at the same time. Okay? That's my explanation of that. Friendsgiving, true. Intent matters. Homegirl was on a mission and couldn't care less about people. Of course, she wanted to get paid. You know what I mean? And I mean, can't fault her for that. Who knows what this chick went through, man? She might have went through all kinds. She might have been molested. Who knows? Man, sometimes when they been touched and deviated like that, when their spirit's been deviated like that, they all kind of crazy. They all kind of crazy. And I ain't one to talk because I mean, I was, before God came and got me, picked me up out of the gutter, man. I was crazy, crazy, crazy. So all I'm saying is these young guys need to watch out for women like that because they set them up. They spend so much time in the gym, they never take the time to hone their personal skills and their social skills. So when a woman that's looks like that comes running hard at them, they just don't know what to do, man. They just fall into the trap. Anyway, we got one more from Nancy, brother. Uh, the bad women are better at pursuit, and the men will stay losing. That's like asking me to gamble at the casino and compete against the card shark. Um, I'm gonna say something. Then I'll let Brother Jarvis address it. We not no. What we saying is, don't go to the casino because you ain't gonna win there. Go places where you're gonna win. That's what we saying. You ain't gotta compete. You're extrapolating the situation into a situation where you can't win. No, you can win if you go. I made a video about this before. You know where there's guys at right now? There's guys in the law library right now. There's guys at seminars right now. There's guys that learn how to invest in real estate seminars. There's guys at cooking seminars. There are guys at different events right now. Good dudes, but you don't want a good dude. You want one of these dudes, man, that's gonna rip your head off your body and send you to a la la land, right? When you can teach this dude, you can teach him how to do it, but you don't want to spend the time teaching him. You want somebody that already comes in already with the knowledge. Well, when he comes in with that knowledge, he's gonna also say, "Hey, you got to compensate me for my knowledge." So he's gonna say, "Give me your car. I need to use your car or whatever." Right? No. I'm not telling you to go out there and try to be out there trying to get NBA players. No, those kind of women are going to beat you into the ground trying to get to the NBA players. No, 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 no. What you need to do is look for, like Brother Jarvis said, there's good dudes out here making $50, $60, $70,000 a year. Why are you going over there to look for a quote unquote high value man, whatever that means? Don't spend your time, don't spend your wheels on that. Spend your wheels on good dudes, good character dudes. And together, if you got a good character and he got good character, you could promote and push him to try to make things happen so that you guys can have a good life. All right, a couple more here. Why would a woman want to become competitive for ordinary men? That's asking someone to be a top student and only apply to community colleges. Holy smokes. Holy smokes. You want to hit that one, Brother Jarvis?
This is exactly what I'm talking about. Right there. This is exactly what I'm talking about. This is why you feel, meaning Nancy, or it ain't just something in general. You're the pride. Because you feel like a worthy man or a nice guy or somebody who's just good enough for you isn't worthy of your time. And this is why this is why. See, the thing about me and brother talking right now, and we try to interject it often, is that you always take God out of the equation. Meaning that you think that you need this basketball player. You think you need him. And that's a good man. Because in this society, he's been labeled as a good man. But the brother who's working on the garbage truck, you don't want him. You want to give him the time of day because he work on a garbage truck. But in God's mind, that's who he has for you. Right. But to you, I don't want that, Lord. I don't want that. I don't want no garbage man. I want the basketball player. Right. No. Right. What's best for you is the garbage man. But you know what you do? You shut God's voice off. You don't want to hear what God got to say. In the end, there's something God is doing between you and that garbage man who's going to produce children and a community. But no, that's not what you want. You want the basketball player making $1 million. And you don't even see it that why would I compete for a garbage man? Because that's what's best for you. That's best for you. That basketball player is not good for you. That's the problem. And I thought we were making some headway.
No.
I mean, to type something like this, why would a competitive, ordinary man actually said that? Because that's what's best for you. That's what God got for you.
I don't understand why he's an ordinary
you want to make
man.
You a prize and the man not the prize. Because that ordinary man, he ain't a prize though, but the basketball player is.
Right.
This is terrible.
And why? But why? Why? Why is the basketball player a prize? Why? Because money.
He can do everything financially. You think.
Exactly.
You think he can do everything financially that you want. You think. But you don't want to pay the price that come with that. There's a whole lot of stuff that come with it. And then you get him because it come with it. You mad at him.
Okay, let me read Sister Nancy's other last little comment here. No, I think men need to be more competitive. Forget the 16 women you think you have the option with. Women want competitive men. That's why y'all losing. That's why y'all losing. You think because you want every people chasing after you and chasing after you and chasing after you. So because you think everybody's going to chase after you, then you don't have to clean up your character. Let me see another one here. No, women want competitive men, not men who are afraid of dangerous women. It's not about being afraid of dangerous women. It's not worth the trouble. If I see a mountain of ice cream, yeah, a mountain of ice cream looks good, but is it worth me getting sick trying to eat my way through it? No, it ain't worth it. It looks good, but it don't worth it. It ain't worth it. In theory, most of the women that you run across, see, I don't know, Nancy, I don't know if you dated a lot of these women out here, but a lot of them are crazy. A lot of them are just really crazy people. And they have a lot of baggage and they have a lot of problems. So you have to tread lightly when you're dating women out here. I don't know if you know that. I don't know if you date women, but I mean, those of us that date women, we understand. Well, I haven't dated women in a long time, but I mean, those of us that do date women, they have a lot of problems most of the time. And usually the better they look, the more problems they have. Once you start peeling the onion back, they have a lot of problems. So you got to take all that into consideration when you're dating women. You know, they might have children from other men. The man might be a problem. The baby daddy might be a problem, or maybe it's multiple baby daddies, maybe multiple baby daddy problems. I mean, ex-boyfriend problems, problems at work, problems at home. They got a lot of problems a lot of times. So it's not that, and men don't.
Question?
Oh, go ahead, brother. I'm sorry.
Can I ask the question? What's wrong with the garbage man? What is wrong with the garbage man? Now, it's not like the garbage man is not approaching you. The
Yeah, what's
garbage
wrong
man,
with the
you said
garbage
you
man,
want
Nancy?
competition. The garbage man is approaching you. That's competitive, right? Now you got the basketball player over here. He's not going to approach you. One, you're not even in this world. You know. Go ahead, read that, brother.
Oh, okay, yes, sir. I'm just telling you what women want. Men need to be selective instead of fearful. Men are not fearful; they're just not interested in drama. That's all. I mean, if I made it sound like they scared, yes, of course they look at it. There's a certain level of risk involved. There's always been a certain level of risk involved. It's just now the stakes are a lot higher for men. So it's not about that. And trust me, men don't have to do anything. Trust me. In 10 years, men ain't gonna have to approach no women. And good women are not going to compete for uncompetitive men. Uncompetitive men. What is an uncompetitive man?
She's confusing competition. Men in nature, by nature, men to aggression. There's a reason why men watch football, basketball, hockey, Olympics. There's a reason why we watch that. Most women don't care one way or another about a game. You say, well, why y'all liking, we don't? Because we're attracted to aggression. We do like competition, but Nancy, the way you're putting it, you don't want to be competitive with each other because they're going to kill each other. That's another thing for a man to be at war or compete with another man. Because see, men, we don't solve problems by calling each other the B word. We fight, and black men kill. So it's not good for black men to be competitive like that.
Yes.
You can't have two men who like the same woman. That's not a good thing. Somebody's going to wind up dead. She has to make a decision. You don't want two competitive men chasing after one woman.
Yes.
It's not good for a man to be competitive. No.
Not with women.
No. She got to make it. No. They're going to kill each other.
Yes,
you don't know men.
Yes, sir.
We don't solve problems by calling each other the B word. That's not how we solve problems. We don't do it that way.
Good
because
teaching.
To us, that's mine.
Yeah. Good teaching.
Good men are very possessive.
Nancy
he's
got a
been
couple
in her or he's been with.
I'm sorry, brother. Let me plow through these comments because Nancy's at you again, man. Hold on. Blind guy, Big BG. At Nancy, it's just messed up that there's men versus women rather than the two sexes seeing more valuable in people, regardless of financial status and perceived status. Yeah, it should be like that, BG, but you know how it goes, man. Snuggle says, in the men's defense, there are more women than men. There are more men than women. Whoever there is less that who you compete for, the one that is not in abundance, the market decides. That's all I'm saying, Nancy. That's all I've been saying. It's the market that's deciding this situation. Anyway, Sister Nancy writes again, I accepted a date from a garbage man. See, brother, she said she went out with a garbage man, brother. You're all wrong, brother Jarvis. You got Sister Nancy all wrong.
That's your competition.
I grew up with a guy who became a garbage man. I have no issue with that. I don't want a docile man. Okay, what does that mean? What are we talking about? What are we talking about, Sister Nancy? What you mean you don't want a docile man? See, you're saying a lot of different things, but you're not giving us a clear definition of what you're looking for, or what you don't want, rather. I get that you don't want somebody fearful, but most men are fearful in today's marketplace because that's just the marketplace. Nobody wants to lose their career, step into a woman that they thought was fine, saying something to the woman, and then having the woman take it the wrong way. Of course, men, well, put it like this: men with stuff to lose will be like that. Men with nothing to lose, they'll say anything, they'll do anything, they do whatever. Somebody working at McDonald's, he gonna step to you, or Target or something. He gonna step to you, whatever. Say, but dudes that got their own business, their own company, they got a lot to lose. Why would I mean? Of course, they got to think about everything they do before they do it. Glenda Shivers, good to see you, Glenda. It's character, intelligence, and integrity. For me, we can work together and support each other with the finances. Yeah, but that's usually, Glenda, I'm gonna tell you, this is how black people do it. Black people do it the backwards way, right? What you should do is what you said: intelligence, integrity, and then you work out the finances, and then you go into a sexual relationship, right? The black people do it the reverse. They go into sex, then they try to get into each other's finances, then they try to figure out if this person if they can handle being around the person. See, they do it backwards a lot of times. Anyway, I want Nancy. Nancy, I put the link out here. I'm gonna put it out here again. I hope you could call in and just click in and just say, hey, this is what I mean. This is what I'm talking about. Because here, let me see what you got to say, Nancy. So saying the market will decide makes men think that they've got the pick of women, but they've only got the pick of women who want to compete. Exactly. Of course, you only got the pick of the market. Only going to work with the people that's actually in the marketplace. If a woman say, what do you think is going to happen to a woman that doesn't jump in the marketplace today? I'm not saying but you're not going to have no man in your life. I'm saying in 10 or 20 years, if you ain't stepping to men, if you ain't out there talking to men, you ain't aggressive as far as putting yourself in front of men of means, that's going to be on you. It's your fault. The man you got in your life now is your fault. You the one that took that man in. So if your man ain't taking care, or if there's no man there, it's your fault because you don't have him there. You ain't putting yourself in positions to run across men. Okay. You ain't putting yourself in, run across men. Okay, let me see what she said. I don't, and it's not the worst either. You don't what? You don't compete? Or if you don't compete, you don't compete. But that's okay. See, it depends on where you're at. Some people are putting their place, but if you don't, that's fine. You don't need to have no man. I mean, none of us need to have the other person, but it would be nice. It's nice to go through life with the other person, but if you don't, you don't. I'm just saying,
everybody competes.
Go ahead, brother.
There is nobody. Everybody competes. There's nobody out there. I don't care who you're talking to. Somebody else wanted them. So there's always quote unquote competition. The garbage man, there's competition. Even though he may step to you, you don't think that he just stepped to you alone. So even if you go out with him, you still competing with somebody else. So what are you talking about?
It's always going to be competition. Always going to be competition. But see, here, look, you got the feminists to thank for this. The feminists thank for why you got to compete now. They're the ones that wanted you to be equal. They wanted you to be in an equal footing with men. Well, now you're on an equal footing with men. You're going to have to go out there and step to men. You're going to have to go out there. Nancy said, people have set me up. People have set you up. Well, sometimes people can't set you up. Hold on. He's competing for me. I ignore the rest. Hey, you can do it for a while, but at a certain point, you'll see what I mean where the script flips. And once you get out of those prime childbearing years, the script is going to flip. Not just you, that's any woman. Because a woman, I was telling this brother a little while ago, women, your main purpose for being here is to bring the men into give the man immortality, bringing his children. That's what you're supposed to be doing. You ain't supposed to be working for the post office or working for the federal government or whatever. That's just a side business for you. Your real business is bringing children into this world. That's why God made you the way he made you. And if you got a problem with that, don't take it up with me. I'm just a messenger. You can go talk to the real person that put you like that. Your real job is bringing children into this world. That's your main focus. You know what I'm saying? You see, when Eve was put out here, Eve didn't have no job. She wasn't working for the federal government. She had one job. And Adam knew his wife Eve. Bam. Now you got Cain and Abel, right? And all these other different things going on. So men are not looking to compete for women, although they will, but real men are not going to do that. I mean, men of means are not going to compete for women. They don't have to. Real men that feel that have self-confidence, but they don't have to compete for no women. Why would I have to compete with a woman? I don't have to. Oh, I'm gonna keep working my butt off, and if I work hard enough, then she will respect the work that I'm doing, and then she will pick me. No. If I compete for you, then that puts the control in your hands. Okay, guys that working at Target and Kenny Shoes and Foot Locker or something like that, yeah, they'll compete for you. They ain't got nothing to lose. I got my own business. I'm the CEO of my company. I ain't got time to compete for no women. If you ain't with the shit, I'm gone. Why do I need to waste my time with that? Anyway, let's finish some of these chats, man. I appreciate all the chats, all of y'all. Even you, Sister Nancy. Keep on coming with it. JP, man, my girl, always got something to say. If you aren't willing to compete, you have to be willing to accept when your partner doesn't want to stay, because you won't fight for them. Fighting with them and for them are different. Absolutely, JP. JP, please put together, JP, make a video about that, please, so that I could point women to that situation. So you can explain that better than me, because you're a female, and they'll probably take it better than they taking it from us. We look like two bozos up here saying women ain't important. Linda Silvers there, absolutely, JP, absolutely. JP, you can't hold the people accountable for the actions of a few. Absolutely. We're not trying to. We definitely not trying to. Nancy comes back with, I have no problem with my purpose. Oh, really? Then why should I have to compete with you? Why should I have to compete for you if you know your purpose? Why do I have to compete? I shouldn't have to compete for something like that. If we get together, why should I compete? You want me to compete for you? What happens when I actually get you? If you want me to love the competitive process, once I'm done with the competitive process with you, I'm going to go and compete for someone else. Think about that one. If you really want me to be a competitive person, once I capture you, I got you. Now what? The game is over. Let me go start a new game with somebody else. Anyway, Nancy. Nancy says, men of means do compete because they want what they want. They don't compete. They don't compete, Nancy. And I can see that you don't know men like that. No, not just who wants them. No. Men of means do not compete. Men of real means, they don't compete for nothing. They got too much on the line to be messing around with somebody. They don't need to compete for nothing. Either the woman wants them, and they're cool with that if they don't. Sir?
Why would they? If I'm a millionaire, like you said, if I'm a man of means, I really don't have that kind of time for you to be telling me no. I don't have that kind of time. I need to be pleasured. I want to be pleasured. I don't have time to tell me no, because I got to move on, because I got $1 million deal over here, and I got this sister. That's why she went with the basketball player. She's very attractive. You know, she probably come off it pleasant. She's telling me, yeah. You're telling me no, Nancy. Who do you think I'm going to bed that night? Why would I keep trying to compete and try to pursue you when she's telling her? Why would I do that? And I don't have that kind of time.
You just don't have that kind of time. Trying to put deals together, right? Glenda Shivers, that JP, so true. Men and women reflect on past relationships instead of the situation right now. A lot of men do. A lot of women do. They get stuck like Chuck. Nancy said, I like you both and don't see us both. Okay, we like you too, Nancy. I'm just saying, I'm just being silly. JP, heard Two passionate brothers concerned with our future. Absolutely, absolutely. And I don't expect everybody. We don't expect everybody to agree. We don't even agree with each other a lot of times. But I don't expect everybody to agree with what I'm saying. But if you have a point of view that makes sense, come on, step on up so we can talk about it. JP again, exactly. The servers, we spend too much time looking for how they're going to act like our partner instead looking for the positive differences. Absolutely, man. We got to get out of the past and get into the future, get into the present. Nancy, I currently know or have dated 3 millionaires. Okay, what happened?
You not married? You not
What
married?
happened? I don't know. I'm asking a question, brother. We'll see if she's willing to tell us about it. I would like to know what happened. If you currently know or have dated 3 millionaires, well, let's talk about the millionaires that you dated and what happened there. How come you're not involved with that situation and what's going on there? Because I think you can date millionaires if you're available, right? Most men are going to date who's available. If you're available, that's why. And they got a new series on Netflix about Monica Lewinsky. I don't think he would have went out searching for he being Bill Clinton. I don't think he would have went out searching for Monica Lewinsky, but she was available, she was willing, and she was in proximity. Yeah. So those three things together, that doesn't mean, yeah, it doesn't mean that, you know, they may want a long-term relationship. At least in my opinion, I don't think Bill Clinton wanted a long-term relationship with Monica Lewinsky. But he did want some kind of relationship with her.
I know.
So that she could, you know.
He wanted relations, not a relationship. You know, but I mean, look at different belief systems. What? I think she's disqualified all 3 millionaires?
Yeah. Yeah.
That disqualified all 3 millionaires.
I think that average women would at least try to work with their belief systems. You know what I'm saying? But I understand, you know, man.
I mean, the man,
because they're millionaires don't mean they. Go ahead, brother.
Wait a minute. Nancy says they are still millionaires and you are still single. So yeah.
JP like to hit you right between the eyes, brother. Let's see. One more. So you weren't to get on his page. Nancy, being single is not bad. Yeah, I mean, being single has its place. Nancy, all that glitters isn't gold. Yeah, I'm not saying just because they're millionaires, they're good people. I'm not saying that. But I'm saying 3 out 3? I mean, couldn't make something work with one out of them?
One of them got to be good.
That's what I'm saying. You know, I mean, you couldn't make something work out of. But I understand. You know what I'm saying? Sometimes, man, you know, you got to hold your principles, right? Okay, hold your principles, but don't be mad or don't think that we're trying to make women compete. It is what it is. It's the marketplace that's trying to make women compete. Not trying to. That is. It's the marketplace. There is no. Pretty soon, men are not going to be on dating sites anymore. They're going to get off of dating sites. Just like now, real dudes don't get on dating sites. The only guys that get on dating sites most of the time is dudes that's trying to hook up. Right? That's the new way to hook up. Right? So, where are you going to find these men? Where are you going to find these millionaire men at? They're not going to the clubs and hanging out. And if they do, they go to a club that costs $100 just to park your car, right? But I mean, if you go to those places, you'll see those type of guys. But are they being led by the right spirit that you want to be led by? Let me see what Nancy got to say here. I know there's something that I'm doing naturally that draws men to me. I'm sure there is. I'm sure there is.
There's any woman.
We naturally drawn to you,
so wake up.
Can't help it. Yeah. We can't help it. If you're around us long enough, we're gonna be drawn to you. Let's see. Nancy said, I go and do everything I want to alone. I mean, you can if you want to. I mean, it's up to you. We ain't saying you got to be with a man. We just saying that if that's your intention. If your intention, JP did, got me. Y'all can go check her page out. JP did a video where she was talking about the intentions of dating with a purpose. She was talking about dating with a purpose. I mean, if you want to, it depends on the purpose you out there for. Like this sister we saw, the sister that I showed the video about, her purpose was to get a baby by a dude and then just dig into his finances. That was her purpose. Unfortunately, the young buck didn't see that coming. He had his nose wide open, a freight train could go through it. So he was stuck there, right? He was stuck. But now we trying to teach these young guys, okay, don't go into a relationship thinking, oh, she looked good, that's good enough. That's not good enough. Just because a woman look good, it's not good enough. Just because a woman is all up on you doesn't mean, oh, that's good enough. You still got to vet a woman. You still got to see what are some things that you need to not have in a relationship, right? And one of the things you don't want is disobedience. That's another thing, disobedience. When you have a woman that disobeys your instructions, that's when you know you got a serious problem on your hands. And you know you're not crazy. You're successful. You got success, some level of success, and this woman is kicking up back against you. No, no, you cannot into a relationship with a woman like that. You should not, rather. But I'm sure there's always breadcrumbs back to the front door. In other words, this woman that showed this dude that there was problems ahead of time, but he overlooked that because of her body and the way she was talking. And most guys, all you gotta do is keep the sexual tension at a high level. They will overlook a lot of different stuff, right? If the woman keeps the sexual tension at a high level, most of the average guy's gonna overlook the problems that he see already, the disobedience, the unclean car, the unclean house, the bad hygiene. You're gonna overlook a lot of that stuff. Okay, let me go back to Nancy, brother. Let you handle this one. Men are tricked, like the man who said I'm single, as if that was a bad or dig. He didn't catch the point that PJ's wife also preferred to be single. You want to handle that one, brother?
Oh, men are tricked like the men who said they was bad or dig. He didn't catch the point that PJ's wife also preferred to be single. Who is PJ? The
PJ
basketball
is
player?
the basketball player, the young brother that got caught up with the sister that wants a $200,000 a year. I mean, a month. Excuse me.
He got a wife?
Well, they trying to figure out whether she's actually was his wife or just a common law wife or whatever. But she was connected with him. She's pregnant by him currently, and she said she preferred to be single. So she got pregnant with this dude and left him 2 weeks after the baby was born. She left him. So now he can't see his baby, and now they got to go through this family court process, and she's asking for $200,000 reportedly a month.
Somebody took her to school to learn that. Oh
Oh
man,
no,
this
she
is
knew.
so.
She made videos already. She already made videos about doing this type of stuff before she even met this dude. She made videos about how to fleece NBA players because most of them don't wear protection. So she knew what
This
she
is
was doing. It
terrible, man.
wasn't. Yeah, man. She knew what she was doing.
Well, when she says most men are tricked, I mean, hell, we all tricked. Hell, down to the garbage man. It doesn't matter. I mean, sheesh. Uh, she don't. It's not about her being single or married or with somebody. It's about her getting money. To her, this her job to get pregnant
Yeah,
and
yeah.
get money out. And get money out of a basketball player. This is her job. So it doesn't matter if she's single or married or whatever. It's just, and which is terrible, you know. But I mean, damn. I mean, you know, like I said, picking a good mate, you know, uh, takes time. And the thing is, like I said, to me, wrapping this up, to me, the key is putting God back in the center of all of this. Pleased him because men easily assume women want to be married. That's not why. He was just thinking about sex.
Yeah,
Man, we don't think about marriage. Men don't think about marriage.
not at
If you want the
22.
honest to God truth, we don't want, no, we just want sex. We don't care about being married. We marry because you want to get married. Men don't get married because they want to. Men marry a woman because she want to get married. We don't marry. If you leave it up to us, we never get married.
Right,
And we can live together or whatever, and we really don't have to do that.
right.
You know, I mean, unless you own your job or doing your duty. Like Brother Clarence said, if you washing my clothes and keeping a clean house and got the inside of the house running like a sewing machine, you know, then yeah, I'll consider marriage. You know, but if you just want to do your thing, why would I marry? I mean, you're bringing confusion to the table. You know, men don't want to get married. Trust me, they don't.
Especially at 22 years
You know,
old, they definitely don't.
you gotta
Let
keep
me read.
yourself attractive.
Let me read a couple more chats, brother. JP said, laugh aloud. The point of the conversation is about not choosing a bad mate. Thus, you're still being single after dealing with a millionaire matters. JP, right between the eyes. Ouch. You can blame it on your belief system, but the reality is at least one of you couldn't conform to the other. And if he is supposed to provide the money and means for a peaceful life for you, should conform. Holy smokes, JP. Well, at least it was a woman saying it. I didn't say it. Nancy comes
I
back.
mean,
I
that's what
said
you
men
said.
assume women want to get married. Yeah, men do assume women going to get married. So we used to agree with everything. My mama said we living in sin, so we got to get married. Okay, you gonna marry me, aren't you? Yeah, okay. What are we doing? What is
Okay,
this? What are we doing? Are we in a relationship?
we
Oh, yeah, okay.
yeah, we gotta talk.
Nancy said,
Yeah,
I
when a
said
woman
men
say that,
assume
right,
women want to get married. Yeah, they do. They do assume that you want to get married, but they don't want to get married. You know, in other words, listen very carefully, Nancy. The man does not want to get married. This is what Brother Jarvis trying to tell you. The man doesn't want to,
no,
but he knows that you want to. So he'll say and do things to
right,
look like that's what he wants to do. But he don't really want to do that.
right,
Deep in his heart, that's not what he
no,
wants to do. He just wants to have sex with you.
no,
But he knows he got to go through this
right,
whole song and dance to be with you sexually. Whatever he's got to do. That's why, and I think that's why this woman, this Brittany Renner woman, was so successful, because if you, as a woman, keep the sexual tension high by just making things, always joking about sex and always keeping sex at the front part of the man's brain, he's going to overlook a lot of these different
which makes him comfortable,
problems. Huh?
right, which makes the man comfortable,
Yeah, because he feels secure in the fact that at some point the pay is going to come, the payoff is going to come. So he relaxes a little more,
right,
right? Okay, but that's not what he really want to do. He don't really want to be in no sexual relationship with you. I mean, excuse me, he don't want to be in no marriage with you. He want to be in a sexual relationship.
yeah,
Okay, Nancy got
right,
something else coming on. What's going on, Nancy? You're speaking to me as if I wanted to get married, and the commitments reflect that. The comments reflect that. I didn't choose them, and it shouldn't be the focus. But you guys don't believe because you assume I wanted to marry. No, we don't assume you want to get married, Nancy. Well, we're saying that the guy assumed you want to get married. The man assumed you want to get married. I'm not saying we're not assuming that's what you want, but like this,
we didn't
I'm
bring
not
up
saying
marriage.
that's what you actually wanted to do. I'm not saying that's what you actually wanted to do. What I'm saying is the guy assumed that's what you want to do. Eventually, that's what you want to do, right? That's what he assumed. So I'm saying that's what me and Brother Jarvis is saying. So he would say or do whatever he thought that he needed to do to make you think that that was on its way to get to sex. That's what we're talking about. I hope that cleared that up. I don't care about the marriage. I don't care about marriage. Glenda Shivers. I don't care about marriage. Been there twice. Woo! I have a life partner and a companion. If we marry, it'll be business purposes because that's what we both want. Well, hate to tell you, Glenda, you guys are married whether you want to be married or not. You're in a long-term relationship. Might as well just say you married, and you're in an emotional and sexual relationship. You might as well say you married. But hey, good luck to you, Glenda, and hope it all works out more better than anything ever happened. Nancy says, yes, they did. And irony of ironies, I didn't. Oh, they wanted to get married and you didn't. Holy smokes. Holy smokes. Nancy. Well, I hope you run across a couple more millionaires. You know, but I don't know. I'm gonna let brother. I know brother's gotta go, so I'm gonna let him get some final thoughts in, and then we're gonna let him go, and I'll probably stay on for another half an hour. But let me let brother get some final thoughts in. Brother, you got some final thoughts?
Yeah. She lost me on that one. I mean, I'm assuming that you found very qualified men because they're millionaires. Because of a belief systems, all three of them, nobody qualified to, and I guess a couple of them or one of them asked you to marry them.
Well,
You
now
said
we
no
got
to all, to at least one of them.
well, hold on, brother. See now, what we got to understand is only thing we got to go on is what she's telling us. We can't, like
Yeah.
Kevin Samuels can question them until everything comes out. So we ain't not able to question her. I don't want to badger her or put her, push her to the level that she's like uncomfortable. She can tell what she want to tell, and then that, but all we know is what we know.
Right. Well, like I said, I'm lost. I'm more confused because I don't know what a quote unquote good man is.
Brother,
Because
can
those
I read?
finances, they gave him that.
Can I read a couple more? Nancy's hitting us up. Can I read a couple more?
Go ahead.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yes, they did, and irony of ironies, I didn't. So I guess she didn't want to get married, right? Probably in her early 20s. Wings just out there, man. Let's see. The truth is, millionaires fail with women. They don't expect to be vetted. I do better single. Cool. Okay. They fail too. JP, laughing out loud, bewilderment, brother. Hey, well, you know what I mean. We just trying to find out how to help people. You know what I mean. But Nancy said, question me. No, Nancy, I'm not going. I don't want to. Well, you know what? I'm gonna let Brother Jarvis do that. Hold on one second. Um, she places the onus on the men by her statements. You can glean that from her perspective. JP, dang, you got him just straight between the eyes. Holy smokes, JP, easy. And Nancy, I didn't say that they were good. I said they were millionaires. Okay, so she says we could question her, brother. You have a minute to question her? Do you want to question her about something, or you want to just finish your final comments?
No, not really, because we can go round and round. It'd be better to talk if she would ever come on the stream, but even that, I mean, I've heard this before because I know a sister who on a millionaire. I still don't understand that with her, But she said, well, no, she told me. She said a lot comes with that. In other words, she couldn't deal with adultery and all the cheating. She didn't want to deal with it. I said, oh, okay. You know, I halfway believed her. You know, because to me, and when you're with a millionaire, you know that. So, I mean, depends on whether or not you want to deal with it or not.
I feel like if you with one millionaire and you didn't decide you wanted to do that. Okay, cool. But three, something's going on. Something's going on. That's why I'm like, what's going on, Nancy? What do you think is the reason why you didn't want to marry these three guys besides the belief system? Which I think you could have got around that if you really put your mind to it. I think you could have got around that. Not to say that millionaires are great guys. All millionaires are great guys. Not to say that, but all of these guys were dirt bags. I don't know. Maybe 2 out of 3, but all three. That's really questionable. Anyway, Brother Jarvis, why don't you finish your final comments so I can let you go and do what you got to do, finish your life here.
Yeah, like I said, the danger of picking a bad mate is that a lifetime of sorrow and pain, and how to avoid that mistake. You know, like I said, the key to it all is God Himself,
Wait a minute, wait, hold on.
and that can be
Apparently,
difficult.
wait, hold on. Apparently, I'm not interested enough in marrying. Oh, okay. I got you. Okay. Okay. Sorry, brother.
Yes, yeah. Um, why you want men to compete? What are you competing for? What are you competing for? What are they getting? What are they competing for?
Yeah.
But you want a man to compete, but you're not even interested in marrying. Every woman I know just about wants to be married. And you tell me you're not interested in being married, so what am I competing for? What are they getting? I, I don't know. Um, like I said, God is the key to all this, and when we truly go back to Him as a community, as a whole, the Black community, things will be a whole lot better, and we'll learn how to pick or a good mate. Somebody that's good for you. Like I said, I pushed the garbage man because to me, that's where the energy should go. Sisters, stop looking for that basketball player, because you got 20 women already after him. That garbage man is standing right next to you. Go out with him. You know, you still competition because you're not the only one out with. If you single and he's single, I don't care how Nancy put it, you're always gonna be in competition because any man that goes up with you, he's in competition. I'm quite sure you're not just dating one man. So the man you going out with, he ain't there's competition around. And I don't know how you keep misunderstanding me and Brother Clarence. We both saying that, okay, you didn't like the language you said. The man and the women are prizes. But I have heard this argument before. And the young black man is overconfident, but he has to be. You have a whole world, a whole society is telling him he's nothing, less than nothing. You know, they tell the black man he ain't shit. So he has to tell himself inside he knows he's something, but nobody, the commercials not going to tell him. Television's not going to tell him. Family may barely tell him, you know, and not even the women in this family, maybe, but because the whole world says he's nothing. So the black man, in order to stay on the planet and just have some kind of self worth, he has to be overconfident, you know. So he wants to be looked upon as, well, they need to come after me. Well, it sounds good. And if it's 16-1, I know you don't like those numbers because it sounds like you don't, you know, they are after him. But it seems to me that 16-1 is 20-1 for the basketball player. The garbage man, how
Oh
many go
no,
after him?
double that. It's probably 50-1. Yeah. It's probably
I
50-1 for a
think,
basketball player. For an NFL player, or NBA player, or MLB player, it's probably 50-1. Yeah.
so what about the garbage man? How many he get?
One,
One?
1-1.
You know,
1-1.
yeah, that's sad. And then you wonder why he's overconfident. He has to be, you know. I mean, he has, so to be the man is the prize. Somebody got to tell him he the prize. Somebody has to tell the black man you are a prize. Somebody got to tell him
Yeah.
because ain't nobody else telling him. I only
Right.
know one place to go to even hear that. I know one place, one. So But those are my final thoughts.
All right, brother. You gonna hang around or
That
you
was so
going? Or you
lovely.
gone? You gonna hang around or you gone? Because I'll
Now
probably do
I'm
another
over.
15, 20. All right, brother. I
I'm gonna
appreciate you as
blow out of here.
always. Appreciate you as always, man. And I'll get with you later on. All right,
Yes.
peace. Salam. All right. All right, y'all. Let me get back to y'all chats. I got a few more minutes than he does. He got things he got to do. He's a single man. He got things to do. I don't. All right, let's pick up where we left off. Vetting your vetting system. Your vetting system needs vetting. I think so, JP. I think our vetting system needs to be vetted because that situation. Wait a minute, hold on. I just presented another perspective. Confidence doesn't carry the day. Women need to see results and kindness and generosity. Yeah, absolutely, Nancy. We're not saying that women don't need to see that stuff. We're just saying that men should not be chasing a woman just because she's just because she's got a vagina. That doesn't mean that I have to chase you all over the planet and run around behind you like Minnie Mouse, letting you spend all the money in my wallet. I don't have to do that. If that's competing for you, then I'm not going to compete for you no more. I mean, why should I that's not competing. That's spending my money like a crazy person. That's what most guys do, unfortunately. JP, the aspiring matriarch, IJ is that blind guy, his wife. Their life makes sense. I guess, JP. Thank you, gentlemen, for another great topic and conversation. Thank you all for tuning in. We appreciate all of y'all. I'm gonna hang around a little while, put a few more comments out there, kind of like put the bow on all of it and wrap it up. But I appreciate y'all for stopping by. JP, I appreciate you using my comments and your vids too. And Let's Talk the Better Black Life. I think I'm going to use that vetting line for my next live and hit some of these topics. Yeah, JP, do it. Send it to me, and I'll push it out there because, as you can see, a lot of the women, they it's hard for them to hear it coming from us because they have like an adversarial type of sometime attitude towards the way we say it. But if another woman's coming at it, maybe they could see it better. So that's that might work better. Anyway, so let me wrap this up for y'all so y'all could go out and do y'all day. The thing we came to talk about today is the dangers of picking the wrong mate and how to avoid that mistake. Well, we talked about the dangers of picking a bad mate. Bad children, badass children, they turn into bad children. Why? Because when you pick a bad mate, the one thing that you're picking a bad mate is they're not going to be spiritually in line with you. And I don't mean they don't have to necessarily have the same religious belief, but spiritually in line with you, meaning that they understand that you have some basic pillars of the relationship that you don't want that other person to overstep, or you guys going to agree. We're not going to overstep these lines of demarcation here. I'm not going to yell at you in front of these children. You're not going to yell at me in front of these children, right? But sometimes we have people that, so in a bad relationship, a bad mate is going to mate with you and have children with you, but they're not going to watch those lines of demarcation. Let me see, Nancy, what is, because apparently those men don't realize that they can be the wrong pick. They can pick. They do. Wait, Nancy. Men realize that they can be the wrong one. A lot of men don't realize that because they weren't raised by other men. And that's the unfortunate part. But that all becomes, like I said, I gave you the stats on when women started not being married because they don't really have to anymore. Women don't. There was a time where it was a better situation if a woman was married. Now it's actually a better situation if a woman is single up until a certain age. After a certain age, then it becomes not good. It becomes not good. So you want to, and the whole point of being a woman is using your prime childbearing years to negotiate a good mate for yourself, a good person that's going to be with you, because your looks ain't going to last. but your personality can last as long as you want it to last. Nancy says again, the mistake men make is that they think money will make up for poor character. Absolutely. I agree with you on that one, Nancy. We're on the same page with that one. Men do think money will make up for poor character because they feel like if they get you in, but men are realizing now when they watching the divorce of Bill Gates, when they watching the divorce of Jeff Bezos, when they watch the divorce of Elon Musk, when they watching the divorce of what's his name, Dale Curry, and other on and on titans of fortune. The other guy, the newspaper guy, his wife got $2 billion out of his divorce. I mean, when they watching all of this, they realizing money is not going to keep a woman in today's marketplace. It's just not going to do it. It's much more advantageous for a woman to just walk away from the relationship and get the money, right? The problem is, at a certain point, a woman's going to want a man. She's going to want that companionship. She's going to want that relationship. So what does she do then? See, you're not going to be able to get the same kind of guys at 40 that you were getting at 20. How do you work that one out? How do you work that one out? See, that's the problem. That is the problem. So we saying, so you don't be faced with that problem, pick the right mate in the beginning. Pick the right mate in the beginning. Let me see what you got to say, JP. Hold on. Men are also not given the opportunity to make clear character mistakes. No, they're not. Good point, JP. While they are learning the boundaries, women leave rather than giving them a chance to grow. Absolutely. Men, unfortunately, we got to fail our way to acting like we got sense. We come out here, I mean, you all the women, you know, if you ever been on a dating site, right? Well, as soon as you start talking sexual to one of these guys, right? What's the first thing he do? He sends you a picture of his junk, right? I mean, but you got to think about it. In a man's head, that makes sense, but it's stupid. You know what I'm saying? Realize if you really think about it, it's stupid. But at that point in a man's head, I know what I'll do. This is a great idea. I'm going to send this woman that I don't even know, I haven't even met yet, a picture of my junk. We don't even realize, we don't, but see, we got to go through stuff like that and have the woman tell us, why did you do that? That was crazy, man. I don't even know you like that. Then we can go, oh, that wasn't cool? Oh, I didn't know that. Oh, sorry. See, we got to go through stuff like that to learn. When most women expect us to already know how to treat a woman, how to behave. If we didn't see it working, we didn't see it in a workable situation, we won't know. We don't know. So we just got to feel our way around. We think, oh, we just heard everything we heard at the barbershop, dudes talking about pimping girls and stuff. So that's what we thought. We think it's like that, or the music, or whatever, right? Like JP was talking about in that video earlier. It's the music encouraging all us to mistreat the women, right? We don't know no better. So it would be good if women would have more patience with us and be able to just let us know what's going on. But in this world, it's easy to get paid. It's easy to just say, hey, man, this man said this to me. And then go to the man, like what's that football player? They was extorting him. I forgot that dude's name, but he got all these women that saying he went to the massage parlors and he was trying to get at them. And then the FBI, they was trying to extort this dude for money. They're like, hey, we're going to tell it all if you don't give us money. It's a trip. JP, what else you got to say? We shut it down before we even get them a chance to learn, but we want all the chances without the admitting to the failings. Yeah. And I'm not out here saying that men are saints. You know, men got chicken wings behind their back, a golden hula hoop over their head. No. What I'm saying is the error for margin is way smaller for men, and the risk is much higher for men, much higher. Men have a man trying to step to a woman has much more to risk that they're putting on the line at risk than a woman stepping to a man. That's why it's going to switch. Women, I'm telling you, in the next 10 or 20 years, it's going to be women that's cold approaching, and women that don't cold approach, they're gonna be all alone, or they're gonna be like Kevin Samuel said. If you got some money to invest in Purina cat food and invest in this dog food, because that's what's gonna be out there. Women are gonna be sleeping with these dogs and cats, and it's gonna be an ugly situation for them. Big BD, blind guy, his wife, their life. The general population of women and men are thinking wrong things of each other, and mutual patience would be helpful. Yeah, brother, I see how it's just how we gonna teach it, how we gonna get it out there. See, a lot of these women don't want to listen, a lot of men don't want to listen. So how do we teach it? And where do we teach it? Where do we start with? Especially with young black men. Young black men, they get grown fast. They grow up fast, man. You got to get them like in the third grade. You got to start laying down the stuff. If you ain't laying down how to treat a woman by the third grade, they grow up and they don't know what to do, and then they end up mistreating them. Lala Jones, good to see you in the chat, Lala Jones. Women don't have time to raise grown men. You were raised once, you can't be raised again. Not saying that you got to raise a man, you got to teach a man. You got to teach just like you got to teach a woman. If I have sexual preferences, I have to teach you as my woman my sexual preferences, right? You may not get it right the first time. You may not get it right the second time. You may not get it right the third time. But eventually, if I keep pressing you about it and you keep practicing, you'll eventually get it the way I want it, right? Well, same thing with men. You got to keep teaching us so we can learn how to do it right. If you don't teach us, and you just send us on to somebody else, then we're just going to mistreat that person too, and then just keep going down the line. It's going to cascade. Nancy said, I appreciate the women that teach the men. I depend on them because I'm not doing it. Hey, you don't have to do it. You don't have to do it. You can let somebody, you have a sexual preference and the man comes into your life, he's a good man, but you don't want to teach him how to do something that you want. Eventually your relationship is going to break down. Just telling you the truth. JP, Aspiring Matriarch. Yes, blind guy. Their life. Give and be each other's peace. True indeed. Lala says, life goes on. Yeah, life goes on. I mean, hey, I don't need no man. I mean, don't listen to me. Listen to other single women. They'll tell you how to get a man. At Lala Jones. That's nasty. Yeah, don't listen to me. I don't know what I'm talking about. You go out there and listen to all them other like Oprah and all these other single women that, Oprah was so terrible. She took Gail away from her husband. She made Gail single. I mean, y'all don't, single women don't do nothing for nobody but make other people single, other women single. That's what they do. That's their job. They make other women miserable. Now, I don't say miserable because not all women are single. Not all single women are miserable. But I'm saying usually the ones that's talking somebody else into being single, they're usually miserable. Raising doesn't have to be anything to do with learning to interact on an intimate level. At Lala Jones, that's true. Lala, marriage is not about teaching lessons. You should both know what to do. It's called maturity. Yeah, but men mature a lot later than women. Men don't mature till their 40s. Women mature a lot earlier. Why do women mature a lot earlier? You have a menstrual cycle. That menstrual cycle tells you right away, boom, it's time to get work. It's time to get to work, right? It's time to do what I came to this planet to do. But so you have to automatically jump right into being mature. Whereas men don't have a menstrual cycle. We don't have no time at no point in our life where we got to go, we have to address a physical reality that puts us into the fact that we have to mature. We just got to go through life lessons. At Lala, marriage is about commitment. Maturity is commitment. You have to commit to care of the man before you can commit to the care of his home and children. Absolutely. You got to be on the same program. That's what we're talking about. That's the whole thing about picking the right mate. You got to be on the same program, man. If you are different programs about discipline, you're on different programs about finances, you're on different programs about sex, you're on different programs about eating, you're on different programs about hygiene, it's going to be a problem later on. It's going to rear its ugly head sooner or later. It's going to rear its ugly head sooner or later. Lala Jones, Oprah makes her money from talking. Yeah, she makes her money from talking, but she gets in a bed by herself. That's my point. She gets in a bed by herself. Stedman got his own woman. I mean, Stedman ain't, she don't get in the bed with Stedman. She gets in the bed by herself or with Gail. I mean, if that's what you're looking for, follow that advice. Nancy, the goal isn't to get a man, but to have a happy life. And if a man adds to it, great. Yeah, but the reason why you are here is to bear children with somebody, right? That's why you are set up the way you are. I didn't give you those ovaries. I didn't give you that stuff. You didn't give it to yourself, right? It was given to you because you got a job to do. And that's bringing some children into this world, right? So that's your first job. Yeah, going to college and all of that, that's good. Getting a career, all that's good. That's all secondary to the function why you was actually put here, which was to bring children into this world. Just like a man, I was put here to bring children into this world and to take care of a wife and children. I was here to take care of them. Like brother was talking about the Quran, it says, you're not even a man until you have a wife and children. How can you even talk about being a man and you don't have a wife? You ain't got to deal with a wife and children. You're not even a man yet. You never had to deal with those situations. Anyway, moving on. JP, the goal is to raise a future that requires men and children. Absolutely, absolutely. But how am I gonna raise my future without you? How am I gonna raise my future without you? You're the one that's gonna give me the man after my image and after my likeness. I got to go through you to get there, right? God gave you to me so I could have I could walk into immortality, right? JP, now if you don't want children, then this conversation isn't for you at this time. Okay, got you. Yeah, that makes sense. Nancy, your sperm degenerates around 40. Men don't research their own bodies. They focus on scare tactics on women. Scare tactics? Ain't nobody. Sister, the last thing in the world, I'm the last person that would try to scare you. I'm not. If you think that I'm trying to scare you, you're totally misunderstanding what I'm saying. I'm not trying to scare you. I'm just here to give you the facts. It's like a person telling you, man, don't be around COVID-19 patients. You may catch COVID. I'm not trying to scare you. I'm telling you the facts. That your likelihood is higher to catch it if you're around a bunch of people that have it already, right? I'm not trying to scare you. I'm just telling you the facts. I'm just telling you the facts. And if I said something that was not factual, then tell me about it. Let's talk about it. Lala Johns, every woman cannot bear a child. Facts. Absolutely. I'm not saying every woman can bear a child, just like every man can't give you the 23 chromosomes. But that's what you put here to do. That's your number one function. That's what you was brought here to do. Everything else is just a side business, right? You working at the post office, the gas station, for the federal government or whatever you're doing. That's just a side business to the fact that your actual purpose for being brought here was to bring children into the world. So that ain't me. That's just the reality of that situation. Nancy, I'm falling down on the job big time. I'm supposed to be having children. I mean, that's what you was brought here for. You don't have to do it. I'm saying you don't have to do it. I mean, you're not. It ain't like you're gonna get fired. You know what I'm saying? You ain't on the job. This is a mission. And a mission, you can choose to walk away from a mission. A job, you can choose to walk away from a job too, I guess, but at least you're getting paid. A mission, you ain't getting no dollar value for your mission. Your mission is something that's in your heart and it's stuck with you. And either you got that mission, you understand it, and you're willing to pursue it, or you don't pursue it. Ain't nothing gonna happen to you for walking away from your mission. Just it is what it is. Brother Clarence, why have you gone to say Oprah gets into bed by herself or with Gail? Why did I say that? Because I was trying to illustrate a point that just because today's woman has the opportunity to monetize a lot of things about herself, that doesn't mean she's happy. And that doesn't mean and if you're looking to get married or have a man in your life, the worst place to take advice from is from a rich single women. That's the worst place to take advice from. You can take advice from a woman that's already married. I would think that would make more sense than take advice from Oprah. If you look now, if you're like Nancy and Lala, and you want to be single, Oprah's the perfect person to take advice from. Listen to Oprah. She'll absolutely have you single for the rest of your life. And a lot of women took that advice, and look at all the single women you got out there now. Look at all the single women. The marketplace is flooded with single women because they listened to Oprah in the 80s and 90s. And now look at her. And now they taught their daughters the same information, and now look at it. They flooded. And they don't know. See, they don't know how to work nothing out. They don't know how to work nothing out. It ain't worth, because Oprah told them they don't have to work nothing out. You see a problem, leave. Don't work it out, leave. So they leave. So women just leave. They can get paid for leaving. It's a financial incentive for them to leave. It is what it is. Let's move on. So that's where I was. That's what happened, Big BG. I just was using Oprah as a illustration. JP, Lala Jones. Those who can't make children can still raise them, and the same rules would still apply. Absolutely, absolutely. But I say this, JP. If it ain't in your heart to be around children, then don't do it. Don't do it because of no man. No man trying to convince you to do it. If that ain't your thing, tell them up front. I agree with Nancy on that point. I agree. Just tell them, hey, I'm not interested in that. That way a man ain't gonna waste no time trying to put something into you that ain't there. And he won't find out later. JP, glad to know you can acknowledge it at Nancy. We're trying to say it nicely. JP, right between the eyes. Oh my gosh. JP, again, everything you say at Nancy is about competing with men. Every response is about what men do. Why not at least argue from a place of value in women doing it as well? You're trying to be better, to be a better man? Ooh. Nancy, you got to answer that one. Sometimes I'm black, sometimes I'm Indian. I like that. What do you think about Kevin Samuels? I agree with Kevin Samuels probably 98%. He said a couple of different things that I couldn't roll with, but that's my homeboy. I'm with him, just like Brother Jarvis. I agree with probably 98% of what he says, but we are opposed on a couple of different things. So, but I think Kevin he's very brutally honest, and I think women after they get through with actually looking at him as an antagonist and saying to themselves, is what this man's saying is true? See, the problem is people don't know how to weigh things. You have to weigh, I didn't like what this person said, but is it true? See, we as men, we have to deal with that. Women don't usually have to deal with that until they get to a certain age. Then you have to finally deal with the reality of the situation, right? So, but as men, we have to deal with, because girls tell us, you ugly, you this and that. They tell us that when we in high school. So we already know, we already understand that, man, people can be brutally honest to you, right? Your breath stinks, this, that, whatever. They tell you whatever, right? So we already know. But nobody's brutally honest with women until they get to a certain point in age. Now you got a guy that's out there just being brutally honest, no matter what their age is, no matter what they look like, he's being brutally honest. So, like I said, I think Kev is, I think he's doing a good job. Like I said, I agree with almost everything. He said a couple of things I had to go, woo, you way away from me, Kevin. But I still support the brother. Nancy at JP. I'm in dialogue with the host because I value his responses. I'm not in dialogue with you, and I leave you to conclude why. Oh, Nancy, don't take it like that. I think JP was just trying to get you, question you, open your mind up, and just throw some questions at you, man. See, how you think about it. I don't think JP is not that kind of person that you need to be even tripping on like that. If you met her, you talk to her for half a second, you'll realize you're looking at the typing, but if she was to get on this live stream and talk to you for a second, you'll see she's not even like that. But I understand, Nancy. I understand, but don't take it like that. Sometimes I'm black, sometimes I'm Indian. You gained a new subscriber, bro. Appreciate you. If I can just, you know what I'm saying, try to make some of this stuff clear and have us all talk about it and, you know, just put the questions out there. You know what I mean? We just want to start the conversation. We just want to put the conversation out there. JP, good move. And sometimes I'm black, sometimes I'm black, sometimes I'm Indian. Let's talk about Black Life is a deep brother with a lot of great knowledge. Thank you, JP. Appreciate you, girl. JP, you gotta have you know what would be a good talk? You and Nancy on your live stream. Nancy, please go to JP, the Aspiring Matriarch, set up a live stream with them, or I'll set it up with you. You hit me up, Nancy, and we set up a live stream with JP, and you guys just talk it out. You'll see JP is, you know, just like you, real cool sister, real cool. Y'all two real cool sisters, and y'all be able to work it out. Y'all talk about it, and then you'll see what I mean. You'll see what I mean when you actually talk to her. JP and Nancy, it isn't personal to me. I just want my sisters to succeed, but in 200 characters, I can't show the care and compassion I have. I'll try to explain to her, JP. She'll see. She'll see when she talks to you for half a second. She'll see. Anyway, wrapping up our lead topic, the dangers of picking the wrong mate and how to avoid it. The wrong mate, like I said, you off kilter sexually, you off kilter financially, you off kilter with how you're going to discipline your children, you off kilter with your finances, you off kilter on any of those points, it's going to be a problem. It's going to be a problem. And most guys wait, right? Most guys wait until they get to a certain point. And like this guy, PJ, he got involved with this sister and this sister, Brittany Renner, and he got himself all caught up, right? Because he kept waiting to finally the shoe jump out. And see, like I said, they will see breadcrumbs along the way. You see little breadcrumbs, little red flags along the way. But because the woman keeps the sexual tension so high, most guys will just ignore the little red flags and move into the wrong thing. And same thing as far as women. When guys keep the level of, they make the woman think that that they're in a secure environment. When they keep that level of security high, the woman thinks she's in a secure environment. She will ignore a lot of the breadcrumbs, right? No. You gotta have the breadcrumbs out there. You gotta listen to the breadcrumbs. You gotta watch the breadcrumbs because you get so many breadcrumbs. You gotta know, okay, this is a bad situation for me. This is bad. Don't do this. Don't pull the trigger. There's a lot of like Nancy was saying. Just because somebody's a millionaire don't mean they're a good person. Don't mean they're a good person. Don't mean it's good. Don't mean it's the right fit for you. You know, not three of them. I don't know, Nance, but you know, definitely doesn't mean that you know that's a good person. Anyway, let me see, JP. Thank you. Keep your spirit up. Appreciate you, girl. Y'all that gotta go ahead and go on, man. I know y'all gotta have fix y'all day, and you got children and family and everything. So y'all go do what y'all gotta do. I'm just gonna keep on talking till I wind down. Thank y'all for stopping by, everybody. Big BG, blind guy, his wife, their life. I'm on mobile and don't even get the characters, but I appreciate you in all the different perspectives. Yeah, man, you know, we appreciate all of y'all, man, you know, coming on through, man. I know all of y'all got stuff to do, man. I ain't just talking to people that ain't got nothing to do. Even the single people, I understand y'all got stuff to do. So I appreciate Nancy, you know, the other sister. I appreciate all of y'all, man. Nancy at JP prepared herself to learn something that would be an invitation. I feel like I know a million at JP's. No offense. No, you don't. You don't. Two were not millionaires till after I was in their lives. Yeah, I get it. But Well, let me address the JP comment. Like I said, when you meet the sister, you talk to her for half a second, you'll realize that you got it twisted about her. She's really a nice, sweet person, man. But two were not millionaires until after I was in their lives. Okay, I mean that's good. But if they weren't right for you, they weren't right for you. And for whatever reason, right? You said you didn't want to get married. Do you want to get married to a millionaire today? Would you marry a millionaire today? This is at Nancy. I mean, I would think that the average woman, see, it just sounds a little off from the average woman. The average woman would probably be like, nah, yeah, I'll marry a millionaire. And they will probably do whatever they had to do to maintain a relationship with a millionaire. Let me see what you say, Nancy. I don't know if that's the decision point. I'm not saying because they're a millionaire. I'm just saying, would you even consider marrying a millionaire with all the drama and all the stuff and all the people that's after them, right? Would you consider marrying? If you saying you don't want to compete for men, you're gonna have to a millionaire. You're gonna have to compete for, right? The competition is gonna be high for a millionaire, right? You're gonna have to compete for somebody like that. That's why Brother Jarvis was trying to tell you. You can go get the man that works at the trash company. Ain't gonna be a lot of sisters trying to chase after him. But if you go after a millionaire, like I use the example of the computer programmer that works for Google. I mean, Google's gonna be after him, Apple's gonna be after him. And even if he gets a job, let's say secure a job with Apple. Man, those people they take employees from each other all the time. So even if he works at Google, YouTube's gonna offer him a deal. Apple's gonna offer him a deal. I mean, everybody's gonna offer him more money, even though he's already got a job at Apple. They're gonna throw a bonus on top of that. So, I mean, it's always gonna be competition for good men. It's gonna be competition for women, but a woman don't have to necessarily be good. But good men, it's always gonna be high competition for them. So the thing is, would you be down to be with a man that have people running at him like that? Because there's women out there that don't care if this man is married. They don't care if he's in a relationship. They don't care if he's in a relationship with 2 or 3 women. They don't care. They just want to be around a good man because good men are so hard to find. But they right in front of your face. But because most women are looking for swag, and they're looking for swag and big bucks, and they're looking for accoutrements that show that you got money and means instead of looking at the character of the man. They get caught up. Nancy said the man must know what he wants, and if he picks me, then we have a shot. Well, let's say he does know what he wants. He does know what he wants. He wants his business to grow. He wants his business to be a good business. He's got to put time into his business, right? He got to put time into it. He's going to work. He's going to be working. These millionaires, see, a guy, like Brother Jarvis was saying, a guy that's working at the trash company, he going to go to the plant at 8 o'clock, 9 o'clock, he's going to be there. 5 o'clock, he's going to get off. He's going to be home by 6 o'clock looking for his dinner on the table. Every night he's going to do that. And on the weekends, you're going to go to the beach, or you're going to go to these little places and do things with him, right? A millionaire's not going to have that kind of time. These dudes are working 60, 70, 80 hours a week. They barely got time to come in, take a shower, and eat something before they got to get right back up and do it again, right? Are you prepared to live that kind of life? Are you prepared to deal with see a man that you probably might see maybe 15 hours a week? Are you prepared for that? I know, I hear you, what you're saying, Nancy. I'm okay at the moment, right? You're okay at the moment. We're not trying to get you married right now, girl. We're not trying. We're just talking. We're just talking. We're just saying, if you're gonna pick a mate, make sure you pick a good one. Don't pick a man just because of this or that, or don't pick a woman because of her looks, and because you're gonna get stuck. Because when them looks run out, then you're gonna be stuck. And if you really want a man to compete for you, You got to understand that once he's done competing for you and you actually sign on a dotted line, now what does he have to compete for? You stoke that competition fire in him. Once he ain't got to compete for you, he's gonna go compete for someone else. Is that what you really want? Are you saying you ready to deal with that situation? Nancy said, I decided early that I'm okay with being alone. I have no fear, no fear. I'm already alone. I was born alone. I love me, some me. Cool. We're not saying you gotta. I mean, we ain't saying you gotta do anything. What I'm saying, I mean, follow your heart. If you know you ain't gonna be no benefit to no man, and it's better for you to be alone, then be by yourself. Same thing with a man. You know you ain't gonna do nothing but step on these women. What? Don't be with no woman just so you can step on her. Be by yourself. You should only be with somebody when you know you can absolutely benefit their lives. If you can't benefit their life, what are you doing? Why would you be with somebody? Why would you do that? Nancy, and the same thing applies in reverse. If I have to compete, what's to say I will retire from competing? Same logic applies to women. No, 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 no. Same logic doesn't apply to women. Because women, you don't have to compete. You don't have to compete. Once you get the man, you got the prize. That's what I'm saying. Men don't look at it that way. I'm saying women, if you looked at it the way I'm telling you to look at it, once you get the man, once you get a good man, you'll never let him go because you'll know how to keep him there. You'll know what to do to keep him there. But a man, once you get him started on competing with you and he gets you, because see, a lot of times we start out with wanting two different things. The man wants sex. So he'll use a long-term relationship as a vehicle to get sex. You using sex as a vehicle to get the long-term relationship. So once you get the long-term relationship, you got the long-term relationship. But the man ain't looking to, he never was trying to get into a long-term relationship. That's what Brother Jarvis trying to explain to you. He wasn't never trying to get in a long-term relationship. He was just trying to get sex. So once he see that he's using the long-term relationship to get sex. Once he's getting the sex, he doesn't need to use the long-term relationship. He doesn't need to do all of the stuff that he had to do to compete, trying to show that he can be a good person in a long-term relationship. You don't have to do that anymore. Not with you. He already got you. Now maybe he might go out and do the same thing with somebody else because, like I said, at a certain point, your looks are going to fade. And if he's all about your looks and not all about your character, then at some point he's going to go out there. That's just the reality of that situation. Miss Snuggles, so what you're saying women should be competing for men because the man is the one who is going to set them up for life. No, what I'm saying is the marketplace is now set up so that women are gonna have to compete for good dudes. That's what I'm saying. It's not me saying that the men. I'm saying the marketplace is so many single women out in the marketplace that only the strong are going to survive. That means it's going to be two women out there or three. It's going to be three different women out there. It's going to be one women that's willing to compete, that's willing to get out there and put themselves in the front of men that have some type of goals and dreams and ideas, and they're willing to work for them. It's women like that. It's going to be women that's going to say, nope, I'm not doing that. I'm good alone. It's going to be those women, and then it's going to be lesbians. That's it. Those are the only three options you're going to have out there. That's the only three options. The best option is for you to find a man, a good man, not just a man. Let me take that back. Not a man, a good man. But how do you find good men? You got to go places where good men are at. Can't be going places. You can't go to the park in the middle of the day. Can't go to Venice Beach and, you know what I'm saying, in the middle of the day thinking you're going to find a good man. No. Good men are doing things of value. They're at walks, they're at the library, they're at the law library, they're at medical seminars, at the medical library. They're at places of value. They're at walks for different causes. They're doing all kind of different things to bring value into their lives. You ain't gonna catch no man at no bar, no good man at the bar in the club. You're just not gonna do it. If you do, you're gonna find a confused man because Most men know better than to go to bars and clubs looking for long-term relationships. They're just not there. Nancy said, men aren't the prize. Oh man, are we going through this again, Nancy? We doing this again? Are we really doing this again? We did this stuff an hour and a half ago. I don't see them as a prize. This is how we started. I simply don't think women really innately believe men are the prize over themselves. You're right. The Oprah Winfreys of the world don't. So you can go ahead, follow their advice. Absolutely. You crawl in bed by yourself. And if you're good with that, you're good with that. But women that understand how things should be and what they want, they're going to go for it. I mean, you wanted a degree, you went and got the degree, right? You pushed hard to get whatever job you want, you went and got it, right? Men are the same thing. Men are going to be the same thing. See, it's not the 80s. This is not 1986 where it's more men than women out there. It's more women, substantially more women than men out there, because women do not want to work nothing out. They have a financial incentive to not work anything out in a marriage or long-term relationship, especially when there's children involved. They got a financial incentive to not work it out. So that means that there's more women out there on the marketplace. That's what I'm trying to tell you, Nancy. It's the marketplace. It's not men that's making men the prize. It's the marketplace that's making men the prize. Men are a prize, and they are, to get a good man, or so I'm going to say men are the prize. Men are not the prize. Good men are the prize. Good men. And to get good men, and I don't mean just a basketball player or a man making a ton of money. I mean a guy with good character. See, what you want out of a man is you want a man that's going to be there when you get sick. Because see, one day you're going to get sick. One day you are going to get sick based on the American diet. You're going to get sick. And eventually you're going to need somebody to help you get to the hospital, help you get back. What you want, and when you get old, is you want everybody's pills on that one same shelf. That's what you want. That's what you're shooting for. And then you got somebody who you can walk into these situations. You can go into the hospital and they holding your hand, or they pushing your wheelchair, or whatever you may need at the time. That's when we say a good man is a prize. A good man is worth 100 times his weight in gold. Oh man, Nancy, you're killing me. And that's men's blind spot. They stay losing. They think that women are worried about hitting the wall. Well, who said anything about hitting the wall? We're worried about being stuck more than with somebody who doesn't highly value us. You shouldn't have to be. You shouldn't have to be with somebody that doesn't value you. I'm not telling you to be with somebody that doesn't value you. I'm saying find somebody who does value you. That's the thing. That's what we're saying. Stop overlooking a regular dude that's right there. Regular dude is right there. Picking up the trash, cutting trees for the city, right? But you overlooking these dudes because I'm not going to settle. Settle for what? A rich basketball player you're going to be just one of his women in every city? Or this guy, he's going, if you want somebody monogamous, see, the thing about it is, Nancy, y'all say y'all want somebody monogamous, right? So when we say to you, the chances of a man who's got money is less that he's going to be monogamous than a man who's making less money, you just overlook that. You want a guy that's making a ton of money, but you want him to be monogamous too. You want everything for nothing. It's not going to happen. It's not going to happen. Women aren't worried about hitting the wall and dying alone more than being bored and stuck with somebody who doesn't have value. I'm not telling you that. I'm telling you that I know that women aren't worried about that. But women are worried about, today's woman is not worried about anything because there's so much financial incentive for them to not be in relationships now. They're working more. They can get child support, alimony, palimony, all of these different things. So they have so many financial incentives to not be in relationships. Of course, they're not worried about any of that stuff anymore. Even though some of this is true, at some point, your looks are not going to be what they was. At some point, you won't. So now what you gonna do? Now what you gonna do? And see, if you got a man that you want him to compete for you, what's he gonna do when your looks go? He's gonna probably start competing for somebody else, right? You don't want a man to compete for you. What you want a man to do is you want a man to have a love for you, have a respect for you, and have a desire to be with you on a different on a much deeper scale than just your looks, because your looks will fade one day. Nancy, so I'm in the market with divorcees with children. Fine with me, same difference. Yes, you are, whether you like it or not. And but like I said, some of these women, they know what the deal is. They know what the deal is, so they have the right armament. You know what I'm saying? They got the right ammunition for the situation. Meanwhile, women that listen to Oprah, you get in the bed by yourself. It's up to you. Get cobwebs between your legs. It's up to you how you want to do it. I'm just saying, I'm just telling the truth. I'm just telling the truth. Snuggle says, according to the study, who are the type of men that pick that who are the type of men that women pick that they complain about, if you don't mind me asking? I don't mind you asking, sister. According to I don't know which study you're talking about. That study I was talking about, how black men don't get married nowadays, or 25% of black men are never married or never will be married or whatever. I don't know. It didn't really go into that, but I'm assuming that so many black men are marrying other than black women because that there's an issue between black men and black women that isn't being resolved. So black men, I guess they attempted to resolve it. They no way they're not able to resolve it. Other than marrying women that's not black. That they're figuring that's going to resolve the issue. When a lot of times they figure out, even if they married another woman that's not black, they haven't resolved the issue. The real issue is them, right? But they doing that because they feel like there's an issue between black women and men that can't be resolved. Anyway, Nancy said, I never said I avoid regular dudes. Well, you did make a comment back a while back saying that you wouldn't want a man that's not going to compete over you or whatever, right? Nancy, I think men should improve their character and compete. Men should improve their character, but men don't have to compete. I'm trying to tell you, Nancy, it's the marketplace. It's the marketplace. If I got a Maserati out here, I don't have to advertise for Maserati. People gonna come to the Maserati place looking for Maseratis. I don't have to advertise that car. Same thing with good men. Good men don't have to advertise. They don't have to compete. It's too many. It's so many. The marketplace is so flooded with so many women like yourself. It's flooded. All the man got to do is put a half of. If you think I'm lying, you do this. Do this research for me. You set up a go on to POF or any of these dating sites and set up a men profile. Just set it up. I guarantee you, a ton of women will be in your inbox. Men don't have to do nothing in today's marketplace because there's so many single women. There's so many single women out there. They need to raise their standards. I'm not incentivizing men to have good character. How are you not incentivizing men to have good character? If you have good character, that's going to incentivize men to have a good character. He's going to know he can't spend a whole lot of time with you if you don't have good character. He's going to know you guys are going to bump heads all the time. I consider those who already have good character. Well, you can do that too. That's a good way to do it too. But I'm just saying, those kind of guys, they're going to have women after them. Just like the Microsoft analogy. They're going to have people after them. You can't expect that they're not. You should expect it. They're going to have women after them. Those kind of guys are going to have women all over them. So you should expect that. So that means you got to keep your game up. You got to have your game up. You don't want him hitting the field and running into women that's actually taking the time to smell good, look good, talk good, you know, cook him food, wash his clothes. I mean, you know what I'm saying? If he competes for someone else based solely on the fact that he competed for me, well, that's what you trying to get him to do, right? And I got old. Same could happen in reverse. It could. Women who compete should do the same when their husbands get old too. Yeah, this is, but the difference is they won't be able to attract the same type of guy. That's the difference. There'll be scallywags trying to run around them because they probably getting married, getting money off their husbands, but it won't be no real dude of no real consequence. That's just the reality of that situation. A man could get older and still reach back, and because he got money or whatever, the girl might still be interested in him, and then the relationship could blossom into something else. But a woman, no. You go back and get them young boys, all they gonna want to do is knock your head off, right? And that's gonna be cool for a while, but after a while, you're gonna get tired of just getting your head knocked off. I mean, eventually you're gonna be like, man, I want something more, right? I need somebody that's gonna wheel me into the doctor's office, help me with this medicine, right? Talk about other different things besides sex and video games. Nancy, you said the marketplace is flooded due to got divorcees who have children. I'm saying the marketplace is not only divorcees, it's flooded because people have listened to Oprah Winfrey and Tyra Banks and Ricky Lake and those type of shows. You got misled food and dragged down the drain to listening to the ideology of I'm strong, independent, I'm rare, right? You got to listen. You listen to all of that, and so now you got a legion. You got legions of single women, legions of single women, because they wasn't listening to those shows. Never taught those women, hey, you got a man, he made a mistake. Okay, go to counseling, try to work it out. They just said, hey, oh, he did this to you. Go, cut and run. Here's all the places you could go to get financially compensated for leaving the relationship. You can go to the family court and get compensated. You can go to the court building. Well, you can go family court a couple of different times to get compensated. Alimony, child support. You can get a couple different compensations there. You can work at a regular job. You can make money, right? Because the feminists made it so that women can work, right? So now you can work in your regular job, plus get this thrown in. Plus, you can start sharking other dudes for money. So many different ways that a woman can monetize being single, whereas a guy really can't do that. So what incentive do you have to stay in a relationship? So yes, the market is flooded with women. You got legions of women that's, oh, one mistake, guy gone, right? No working nothing out, no going to no counseling, nothing. That's it. So that's what you got out there. You competing with that, plus you competing with every day. There's brand new 18-year-olds coming off the assembly line every day. So now you're competing with that. You're competing with the divorcees. You're competing with the people that just broke up in long-term relationships. You're competing with all of these different people, and none of these people know how to make a relationship work. None of them. None of them are willing to go through with the counseling and all of that. They don't, because they watch Oprah Winfrey, Tyra Banks, Ricky Lake, and the lot tell them, if a man do you wrong, just leave. Oh, and the biggest one of all, Wendy Williams. The biggest one of all, Wendy Williams, the biggest fish of all, Wendy Williams, telling you, hey, don't be with no man. But nobody looks at the man's side of it. Why did Wendy Williams' husband cheat on her? Look at her. Can you imagine living with somebody like that? You see her on TV screen. Can you imagine living with somebody like that? Nobody looks at it from the men's perspective, right? They just look at it like, oh, Wendy Williams she's a nice person. Why wouldn't anybody? No, she is not at her best looking ever since she did all that plastic surgery. She was actually a nice looking chick. She did all that plastic surgery, ruined. Now she can't buy a date with nobody. She practically was tearing Gary Owens' clothes off when Gary Owens was on a show trying to get him to go out on a date with her. But I mean, hey man, you know what I'm saying? I can't tell a woman how to be single. But you know what? Wendy Williams, perfect person to listen to. Oprah Winfrey, perfect person. Ricky Lake, perfect. Tyra Banks, perfect people to listen to. You want to be single and crawl in the bed every night by yourself? Perfect people to listen to. Nancy, I'm not interested in competing for men, number one. I didn't say you were interested in it. I'm just saying that's the marketplace. Number two, the women after them, you said, and tell me, they are all mentally disordered and have baggage of some sort. Of course they do. Of course. They have, I'm going to say it again. They have extra DNA. They have so much extra DNA in their system. They're all dysfunctional. What do I mean by extra DNA? When you have multiple relationships with multiple men and you don't, and you, some of their essence, and they give you some of their essence, some of their essence is going to be expelled as waste. Some of their essence is going to be absorbed by the body. So when you got that extra DNA in the body has to account for that DNA. So you heard of steroid rage, you got sperm rage, okay? You got extra sperm in your system that has to be accounted for. That sperm is trying to, the DNA of that sperm is trying to get into your DNA and your brain won't let it happen. So every time it sends a signal out to the whole body, it has to account for the whereabouts of all that DNA. That's going to make your mental state slower. It's going to make it not as congruent. Just telling you the real. I'm just giving you the mathematics of why a lot of women have headaches. A lot of times women are slower thinking and they're more emotional because they can't think on a logical level with all that extra DNA in their system. They have to think on they have to use the emotional flow instead of the logic flow. We're just doing the math here. It's just the mathematics. So, yes, I believe all those women have baggage, but that's because they have so many relationships with so many different men and they're carrying around all that essence. Now, what I always say is they need to do a total body cleanse at the cellular level. That you clean that out and you'll see that you as a woman, those headaches will go away. You won't have those pains in your abdomen, and you'll think a lot clearer, just like a person getting off of steroids or a person getting off of fast food. You have to clear that stuff out of the system. Just because you stop eating it don't mean it's not in your system still. It's not impeding your thinking process. You still got to get that stuff out. You got to clear it out. Okay. Let's see. Men don't have 16 options. Well, they do. They have much more than 16. I'm just talking about California. I'm talking about Los Angeles. But if you step out of California, you go to a place like Atlanta, it's probably double that. It's probably double that. Because all the women have all those degrees and no men. It's the reality of that situation. Nancy, again, men would be encouraging women to compete for them if men had the options they wanted already with the flooded market. I'd love a man to marry an 18-year-old. Makes him better if he learns. Um, I don't think. I think you're missing the point. We're not encouraging women to compete. We're telling you this is the marketplace. It's not nobody encouraging you to do it. It's the marketplace that's encouraging it. It's the marketplace. Well, put it like this: the women that aren't willing to compete are not going to get men of significance. Only the women that's willing to compete for men are, for good men rather, are going willing to, and that's the way it's always been. That's the way it's always been. But now it's even more so because of the marketplace is so flooded for so many different women. So that's the mathematics of that situation. Let's see. I'm using the logical flow, using men's own logical arguments. I want men to have all their options. Hopefully, we advance when they get what they want. Um. Well, Men unfortunately want sex most of the time. That's what they primarily want. So what we trying to do is we trying to convince them that sex isn't necessarily what they should be chasing. What they should be chasing is the character of the woman. And if a woman shows you that, hey, she's not ready to be in a long term relationship, you're not going to convert her. Not like a gay man, you're going to convert a straight man to a gay. You're not going to convert anybody to do anything. Either they want to be with, either they want what you want when you want it, or they don't. So we just explaining the marketplace. It's not that we encouraging this situation. I didn't have nothing to do with it. I'm just saying, I'm just stating the facts. The facts is most of women, most relationships are broken up behind women. Women are the ones that break them up. They're the ones that overwhelmingly file for divorce. They overwhelmingly break up long term relationships. So it's just the reality of the situation. Okay, Nancy, I said 16 equal options. No, I mean, you're never going to have, none of your options are going to be equal. It's just like if you walked out your front door right now and you wanted to get something to eat. You got Subway, you got healthy options, you got non-healthy options. And you got greasy options, you got non-greasy. I mean, you're going to have options of no matter, but you got to pick the best option for you. Maybe at some time in your life, you could eat a greasy meal. Kobe Bryant was asked, what's the difference between the fifth championship and the first championship? And he said the difference between getting the first championship was he ate a whole pizza by itself right before the game. He said in the fifth championship, I couldn't do nothing like that. I couldn't have did nothing like that. I wouldn't have been able to get on the court after eating a whole pizza. See, things change. You got to pick the option that's best for you, right? To get to because it's not about it's about outcomes. Like Kevin Samuel said, I will take this from him. It's about outcomes. It's not about what you want. It's about outcomes. What outcome do you want? If you want to be single, hey, listen to Oprah, listen to Tyra Banks, listen to Wendy Williams, and you'll be single and dysfunctional. And no man will come within 10 feet of you talking about a romantic situation. It won't happen. Nancy, again, women will get men who want them. The men don't systematically pursue all the options. They theoretically talk and hope women will select them. I think men are systematically learning to or understanding that they don't have to approach women in this today's climate. They don't have to. They realize that it's a very dangerous situation, and the pay on the back end is really not worth. I mean, it's just getting some sex from somebody. I mean, it's not really worth it. It's not really worth it in most cases. So they're learning that. So now they're trying to figure out, okay, if I'm going to go in, I might as well go in and play the long game. But how do I do that? Where do I find women that's willing to play the long game? Because you can't find that in the bars and the clubs. Because women coming in the bars and clubs usually coming in there because they got an agenda themselves, right? I don't think most men are lazy. That's why they don't pursue all of their options. They're lazy. They rather take something and have a situation happen where everything works better for them and it's easier. And Nancy, women break up because they're pursued. Women break up because they're pursued. Women who are pursued and get to vet tend to stay. Wow. Men are slow understanding that. If you let a woman pursue you, she'll not thrive because she wasn't pursued. I beg to differ with you. I beg to differ with you. And, I understand that you're saying what you're saying, but I don't agree. You know what I mean? A woman that isn't pursued doesn't mean that she doesn't know how to be a good person in a good relationship. I don't agree with that. You know what I mean? I think a certain type of woman, maybe an alpha female, will want to be pursued. Absolutely. An alpha female will want to be pursued. But what kind of man is going to want to be with an alpha female? What kind of man will pursue an alpha female? A beta male, or a male that's going to be a less than. alpha, right? And if an alpha female is with a beta male, how long is she gonna be with that beta male before she says to herself, "This ain't working for me. I got to get out. I need to be with a real man." That's in my opinion, at least. Nancy, men who aren't pursuing aren't the men who most women would want. Absolutely. And likely not these women, not the women that these men would want. Well, let me say it like this. High earning men and men of means, they do not have the time to run around pursuing women. They just do not have that kind of time. They're working 60, 70, 80 hours in their own business. You think a guy like Kevin Samuels has time to be running around behind some chick like Minnie Mouse? No, they don't have time to do that. That's why I'm saying, if you really want a man of means, man, you're going to have to, I'm telling you, the marketplace has set this up already, that women and the smart women that want a man, I'm not saying you want a man, Nancy, and you probably happy being single, but there's women out there that want a man. Okay, if you want a man, a good man, then this is what you're going to have to do to get a good man. You're going to have to pursue a good man. That's the way the marketplace is set up today. You cannot expect that a good man is going to be sitting on the porch waiting, and then sitting on your porch waiting for you to come home and sitting there like a puppy, chasing you around. That's not, today's marketplace is not going to allow that to happen. It's just too many women out there. He has too many options, and he just has too many options for getting women to do stuff like that. I'm telling you, you want the kind of guy that's going to chase you is a guy that's late to the party. The guys that's late to the party. Those are the only guys that's out there still chasing women, or they're just trying to bag and tag you. They're trying to smash and dash, and like that. Dudes that's actually looking for something specific, they're not going to be chasing no women. Trust me on that one. Good dudes are not chasing no women nowhere. They don't have to. They don't have to. That's like saying, a cat's got to, figure out how to chase a dog. No, cats don't chase no dog. Dogs chase cats because that's the marketplace. When the marketplace change, then cats won't chase dogs no more. But until then, that's the marketplace. There was a time in the marketplace where women could be pursued anywhere. Me Too movement has made that extremely dangerous for men to say something to a woman that they don't know. The Me Too movement has made it extremely dangerous. See, I don't think you're considering that. They made it completely, and so I got $1 million business. Do I need to risk my $1 million business to talk to you because you look good? Really? I need to risk my $1 million business? I'm taking care of my mama. I'm taking care of my sister. I'm taking care of my autistic son, my nephew. But I need to put all of that on the line because you look good, and I'm gonna step to you, and then you say, "Oh, he said something to, he said something to offend me," and there goes my business. There goes everything. I don't think you're considering the financial risk that that men that have real money are dealing with by trying to step to women in today's climate. Nancy, whatever the market is doesn't change what makes women thrive. No, but certain women thrive. Certain women thrive. And if a woman thrives off of you chasing her around like Minnie Mouse, you in bad trouble. Because your legs are gonna get tired at some point, and then what? Then what? You want to chase a woman around like Minnie Mouse? Go ahead. Look what happened to Stedman. Look what happened to Wendy Williams' husband. I mean, how long can you look what happened to Mary J. Blige's husband? I mean, how long how long you gonna be chasing somebody around like Minnie Mouse? And eventually the woman's gonna lose respect for you anyway. Come on, Nancy. Open up your head, open up your ears. Listen to what I'm saying. It's easy to get a job at McDonald's, but that's not what most men want. So easy doesn't change anything. For men, it does. Men are very lazy creatures. Men are very lazy. Men will take, man, listen, men will take a peanut butter sandwich over a gourmet meal if they got to walk across the room to get the gourmet meal. That's how lazy most men are. They're very, very lazy. They're very lazy. Now, let me tell you the difference between most men and good men. A good man knows that he wants that refined meal. He'll get up and go get it. That's the difference between good men. Good men are not lazy. They're not lazy. They workaholics. But they're not getting ready to walk into the marketplace and do work backwards, hustle backwards. They're not going to hustle backwards in the marketplace. If the marketplace says that there's so many women that men should be approaching, why am I, and there's already women approaching me already, why am I going to go against the grain? I don't have time. I got $1 million company to run here. I don't have time to be chasing a woman like Minnie Mouse running around buying her stuff all the time. I don't have time to do that. Only the idiots among them are going to do that. So if you're trying to locate the idiots among them, hey, there's going to be a dummy among them anyway. Look at what happened to P.J. Washington. There's always a dummy among the rich. I'm saying you're looking for a good man, a man that can give you some good leadership, show you how to do right, put you in a good place. You don't want no man that's going to be following you around like Minnie Mouse. Oh, yeah. Oh, you want that? I'll buy it. Oh, you want that? I'll buy it. Yes, whatever you say, whatever you say, because I'm competing for you, and I got to be nicer than this guy. And no. Real alpha dog is not going to do that. He going to say, go ahead on. Let them other dudes compete for you. I would. Let them other dudes compete for you. I'd rather be happy by myself than with a beautiful fool. That's me. Nancy, I'm considering that men don't really understand what sets women up for long-term happiness. I don't think you're speaking for all women. I think you're speaking for you. I don't think you're speaking for all women. I think you're speaking for women like yourself. The Wendy Williams, the Oprahs and Ricky Lakes and Tyra Banks type women. I think you're speaking for that type of woman. And as you can see, they have huge failure rate with men. But hey, like I said, they got the money, so listen to them. You can get the money, but the men, you'll never get the men. You conflated too many things. Pursuing doesn't mean not having a woman once when you get her. No. What I'm saying is, if you're a woman and you getting high off of me pursuing you, okay, what happens when I stop pursuing you? You're gonna go find somebody else to pursue you, right? So you're not thinking about it from the men's perspective. Like, you only considering it from just your perspective, not from a man's perspective. I mean, a man has, you gotta think about, why is a man gonna stay in a relationship with you? Just because you're you? You're this special person? Just because you got a vagina? Wow. Half the population on the planet got a vagina. So why should I stay with you? Why should I stay with you? So I'm saying, Nancy, you got to think about it from a man's perspective. You got to think, how can we both win? See, you want what's called a win-win situation. You don't want a win-lose situation, because a man ain't going to stay in a win-lose situation. He's not. Eventually, he's going to say, man, I got to get out of this situation. And you either going to know about it or you won't know about it. He's either going to burrow his way out of it with you not knowing, or try to get out of it with you are with you knowing completely. Nancy, a good man will not choose a woman because she's easier than someone he wants that he has to pursue. I don't think you hear me. Acting subservient is not what pursuing is. What is pursuing then? Because maybe we got to, what is pursuing? I don't understand what pursuing is. Just reverse the dynamic. If a man desires to be pursued, how much more would a woman? I'm not saying men want to be pursued. I mean, I'm sure it's nice, it's flattering, but most men don't want to be pursued. They just want to be treated right, right? I'm telling you that the marketplace, it's the marketplace that's deciding this, not men. It's the marketplace. If you have, it's called law of supply and demand. If everybody wants a bunny rabbit and it's tough to find bunny rabbits, the price of bunny rabbits is going to be high. But if you, once people bring bunny rabbits and start raising them and the market gets saturated with bunny rabbits, the price is going to fall. The price is going to go way cheap because it's easy. You can go anywhere and get a bunny rabbit, right? The same thing happens with women. Same thing happens with women. If before it was hard to be with a woman, right? Because women were working out there with situations with men. They have a problem, they hit a skid, bump, whatever, they'll work it out. Women ain't working nothing out today. It's much more cost uh, cost benefit situation for them to just walk away from the situation. Like I said, they got the family court that's gonna pay them, that can pay them. They can get paid alimony, palimony, child support. They can get all those things there. Plus, they can go get a regular job. Plus, they can start dating 2 or 3 different men and having those 2 or 3 different men kicking in money for them. It's so much more. Uh, I mean, the benefits of financial benefits of breaking up the relationship is much more greater than it was 20 years ago. So why should they stay in a relationship? Plus, you got people like uh, Mary J. Blige. You got people like Wendy Williams. You got people like Oprah. You got people like Tyra Banks. They telling you that men are no good. You don't have to stay with no man. So one bad move and women are walking away from these relationships, and they paying for it later. You paying for it later. All right, Nancy. I wouldn't want a man too weak in the face of sales pressure. Also, cars are cheap, but people pay for them to get what they want. If a man would take a stray or rescue, I wouldn't work for his attention. Nancy, you all over the road. You all over the road, girl. I don't. I mean, you all over the road. I keep breaking it down, and now I'm getting tired. I keep breaking it down for you. You know what I'm saying? Men do not want to compete for women. They just don't. That is not a natural situation for men to be competing for women. And I don't even know what you mean by competition, Co. So what do you mean? What exactly do you mean by competing for a woman? Could you please explain that? Because we have two different scenarios. We have two different things going on in our head. We start talking about competing for women. What exactly are you talking about? I hope you hear me. I hope you can get that out. You know, what exactly are you talking about competing? What do you think? What is the things that a man would do if they was competing for a woman? Because when I say you, I read it. I read it. Also, cats are cheap, but people pay for them to get what they want. You mean cars are cheap, right? Okay, but what does that got to do? Okay, Nancy, you wouldn't, if a man would take a stray or rescue, and most men would take a stray. Most men, if some stray sex came his way, most men would take it. The average man would take it, and he didn't have to do nothing. The woman just came up to him and just said, "Hey, I got it for you. You just name the place, time, and place, and it's yours." Or a woman just said, "Hey, I'll give you some oral pleasure right now." The average man, what's he gonna do? No, no, I can't do it. You know, no. The average man would be like, "Really? Give me a number." Really? my point to you is, you don't have to compete for men. I'm not telling you what you got to do. You ain't got to do none of this. What I'm saying, I'm just telling you what's in front of you. You can either accept it or you can prove me wrong, or not do nothing. Stay single, right? All you need is enough money to go to Jamaica, have somebody knock your back out down there, or here. Shit, I mean, whatever. Find a nice young dude, 21, 22, and just work with him for a few years, and then just keep doing that until you can't do that no more. I don't know. You know what I'm saying? All I'm saying is, if you want a good man, you're gonna have to get in the game. You can't sit on the sideline. You're gonna have to get in the game. Okay, that's why I'm not competing for men who take what competes for them. No. I'm telling you, it's a whole different new dynamic. A new dynamic. Men that compete for women are going to have to. I mean, women that compete for men, women are going to have to compete for men. Women are going to have to compete for good men. It's always been that way, but now good men are are at a premium, and you're going to have to compete for them. Period. If you want one. If you don't want one, then don't. You know what I'm saying? Don't compete. Sit at home, but don't be like, oh, men are no good because they don't want me. Well, of course, they're not going to be sitting on your porch waiting on you. I'm uninterested in competing with strata and rescues. That's all I'm saying. But those are not the only kind of women that's going to be. It's going to be all type of women competing for good men. You're not hearing me. All type of women are competing for good men. Women that need help, women that don't need help, women that's beautiful, women that's not beautiful, it's all kind of women competing for good men. You're gonna have to get in the game to compete for good men. Now good because good men are not gonna compete for no women. They don't have to. That's what I've been trying to express to you. Good men don't have to compete for women. They don't have to compete for strays. They don't have to compete for nothing. They don't have to compete for nobody. They don't even have the time to do that. They're not going to compete for good men. Don't have time to compete for women. They don't have to. I keep trying to tell you that. You want men to compete for you. The only kind of men that's going to compete for you is men that got time to spend competing for you, which is the average dude, regular, ordinary cats. They're the only ones that got that kind of time. No, women who know they're good detest competing. We feel the same way about where you feel about good men. Yeah, but men know that if you're gonna have to compete for good women, men know that. They don't want to do it, but they know they have to do it. They had to do it at some point. Now you don't have to do it as much. You still have to put your ring in the hat, but it's not as much as it's not as hard to find good women as it was before. Because all the good women were in relationships. Now good women are busting up their own relationships, so they're free. They're out there. You don't have to go. You don't have to have a spotlight to try to find good women. They're out there. That's why I'm trying to tell you. You're competing against a lot of different women out there. Yeah, some of them are strays, but a lot of them are not. A lot of them are good women that just walked away from a bad situation too early. They pulled the trigger too soon. Any man that wants a good woman needs to put in time or he won't keep a good relationship. Of course, we're not talking about when you're in a relationship. We're talking about, you think millionaires are putting in lots of time in a relationship? They're not. They have to be with a certain type of woman has to be with a millionaire because he's not going to be having all day and all night. He don't have all that kind of time. He got businesses to run. He got meetings to go to. He got to fly here, fly there. He ain't got time to do that. You might see him. He might sit down for dinner maybe 2 nights a week because he's working. Somebody got to work to keep you in that big house. Somebody got to keep you in that Mercedes-Benz van. Somebody got to pay for this stuff. The man be working all the time. So you just gonna let that relationship go? I mean, it is what it is. Why you think these women start relationships with the tennis coach and the pool boy and all that? Because the man gone. The man is gone. It's better for you. If you want a man all up on you like that, get a regular dude. A regular dude is gonna compete for you. He gonna feel like, man, I got something so special. I gotta compete, whatever that means. Right? Get a regular dude working at the trash company. I know a man who works less than an hour a day. His money makes money. Okay. You might know this dude, but he ain't trying to marry you, is he? No. Right? I don't think most men understand that people with money have so much free time. No, it's not that they have a lot of free time. They really don't have a lot of free time. They got to figure out how they're going to spend their time. I think you're just young. You don't really understand. Most millionaires do not have a lot of free time. Most of them don't. Most guys that make high, I wouldn't say even millionaires. I say you make upwards of $200,000 a year. You do not have a lot of time on your hands. You do not have a lot of time. You're working a lot of hours. Even if it's for your own company, you're working a lot of hours. You don't have time to chase no woman around like Minnie Mouse. Guy at the plant, he gets off at 6 o'clock. He got time. He got from 6 o'clock to 8 o'clock or whatever to chase you around. Oh, I'll buy you that. I'll buy you this. I'll buy you that. I'll buy you this. I'll buy you that. Don't even talk about wealthy men. The point is, wealthy men, truly wealthy men, aren't struggling. It's not that they're struggling. They just don't have time. It's not that they're struggling. They got so much responsibility. They got people's jobs in their hands. They got people's livelihoods in their hands. They don't have time to play around with a woman that want them to run around like Minnie Mouse following them through the purse store. They just don't have time for that. They got a certain amount of time to eat. Like Brother Jarvis said, they got a little bit of time to get some pleasure, get some food, and get some sleep. And boom, they back at it the next day. They ain't got time to chase no chick that they ain't even got nothing invested in to try to mess with her, and then on top of that, compete with somebody else for her. Please. Think of yourself as a millionaire. If you was a millionaire, would you really be chasing some chick around? Come on. You're not gonna do it. You don't have to do that. Especially when you could, worst come to worst, you could just pick up the phone and call the escort company. I don't agree with that, but worst come to worst, you can just call it, you can just pick up the phone and order what you want and have it delivered to you. Why I got to spend all this time and money? It's cheaper in time and money to just pick up the phone and call an escort than to take you out on 4 or 5 different days competing with some other cat. I'm going to save time and money. Disagree, I disagree. What you disagree with, girl? And they have time. They do. You're not telling me why. I already know. Sorry. But I don't know what you're talking about there. I already know what I spoke, but you're speaking of those that you know. I speak of what I know. I speak of men. I know many men. I know millionaires too. Not a whole lot. I can't say I know a whole lot, but I know men that make plenty of money, and they just don't have the time and they don't have the desire to chase no woman around. Maybe you talking about young millionaires like PJ Washington and young guys like that. Yeah, maybe they dumb enough to be chasing a woman around. But you see the results they get. They do dumb stuff to get dumb results, right? So, I mean, a wealthy man, no, wealthy men do not. Wealthy men don't have to chase women. What are you missing? Nancy, what are you missing? Wealthy men do not have to chase no women around. A wealthy man can pick up the phone and get whatever he wants. Why would he be chasing some little knucklehead chick around? The only reason why he gonna even step to her is because she's just close, like Bill Clinton. She's just close by. The proximity is right there. The wealthy men I know do have time and control their time. They're not working 80 hours because they don't trade their time for money. Sounds good. Sounds great. Sounds great. Show me one that's chasing some chick around, running behind her like Minnie Mouse. Go. Show me one. You can't show me one because ain't no wealthy man chasing a woman around like Minnie Mouse, just waiting for the opportunity to spend his money on, so he can outspend the next man. Forget it. Only the idiots are doing that. Idiots are doing that. Ain't no real man gonna do that. Sorry to tell you. Well, I'm not sorry. I'm glad I'm able to enlighten you to let you know that you get around a wealthy man, you better have your stuff together because he ain't got time to screw around. Oh, they got all the time in the world. They can just sit on the beach and play. No, they don't. They don't. And even the ones that do, they don't have the desire to play games. See, after you get a certain age, man, all these games, you got to pursue me. And man, that shit is for the birds. After a while, you get a certain age, I ain't got time for that. You let young dudes do that stuff. That's how come young dudes get caught up in so much drama. Because they do stuff like that. I got to compete because another man, he going to spend all his money, so I got to spend more money on her. And you waste more time and money trying to compete for some chick, and then she end up picking the other dude. And you know, like she taking. Well, anyway, let me don't say that. You keep saying chasing. I don't know why you have that image. You created a straw man argument. I keep asking you, Nancy, what you mean by chasing, what you mean by competing, and you won't give me a definitive answer. So I have to just take what I can surmise from what you're saying. If you would give me a straight answer to that question, then maybe I could sound more intelligent. Okay. All right, let's see. I said pursue. I don't think you understand. I guess the point, it's pointless because of the level that you thought you associate with pursue. Nancy, I'm very intelligent. If you break it down to me what you mean by pursue, I think I can get it. If I can't get it, I'll ask you a question. But I think if you just tell me what you mean by pursue, in other words, what is it that a man's supposed to be doing that will qualify him to say he's pursuing some woman? What are these things that you're talking about that qualifies him to say he's pursuing a woman? What is it? I've asked you this 3 times, and I haven't gotten a straight answer. I gave you the link. You could come on. I know you're doing this and that, and you probably don't have your hair fixed. You don't want to come on or whatever. I don't know, whatever it is. But are you going to give me a straight answer? If not, I'm going to shut this stream down, and, we're going to move on. And I'll see you next week. You can come on in next week. But I would like to hook you up with JP. I would like to hook you up with JP, and you guys do a live stream together. So hopefully you'll do that. Having an interest in a woman, what does that mean? Everybody has interest in a woman. What does that mean? You mean that's pursuing a woman? Having an interest in a woman? You have interest in all kind of women. What does that mean? And when she sets forth her standards, the man progressively meets those standards. Man, okay. Like I said, you following her around Minnie Mouse. Buy this for me. That's a standard, right? Buy this for me. If you love me, if you're going to be with me, you're going to buy this dinner for me, this $300 plate of dinner for me. If you really love me, you're going to buy this $300 bag for me. If you really love me, you're going to do this. If you really love me, you're going to do that, right? She progressively meets the standards that the woman puts. No. I'm trying to tell you, men don't have to do that today. You're talking about 1940, 1950. You don't have to do that today to meet women. That's not what you got to do to meet women. If you want to meet women, standards are to be demonstrated. No, not in today's marketplace. I don't have to do anything. You need to demonstrate something to me in today's marketplace. You need to demonstrate to me how you are going to be a value to me. That's what you need to do in this marketplace. This ain't 1940 where I got to show you that I can work and make a living and all that. This ain't that. You can't buy your way there. You can't buy your way there. Okay, well, what are these standards that you're talking about then? Tell me, explain to me, be clear. What is the standard that you're talking about that needs to be met? He shows his character by spending time. Okay, so we spend time with you. But what are these standards that you're talking about? You're talking about standards that need to be met. What standards? Give me an example of a standard that needs to be met. Most women will say, hey, you have to show your financial virility. That's a standard that most women have. You have to show your financial virility for me to be even think about being with you, right? And I'm gonna make you demonstrate it at different points. If you really love me, you'll buy me this purse. If you really love me, you'll buy me this car. If you really love me, you do this or that. It's always a test of your financial virility. But in today's marketplace, men don't have to do that anymore. You don't have to demonstrate that you can't take care of a woman because a woman has her own job. She has her own money. You don't have to demonstrate that anymore. I should already know a man's income before he pursues me. You ain't getting it. You ain't getting it. I don't think you're going to get it. You have to show a man your value to him in today's marketplace. And you can swim upstream if you want to. And I don't ask for things. I discuss worldviews and belief systems. Okay, but you still haven't gave me a standard. What is the standard that they got to meet? What is the standard? See, you can't even explain it, but you getting mad at me, telling me I'm making up a straw man argument for it. I'm not making up a straw man argument. You won't clearly define what you're talking about. I'm left to my own devices. Which one of us is using logic? Anyway, Nancy. Okay, I'm gonna let you write then. You say you're writing something. I'm gonna let you write. This is gonna probably be the last one, Nancy, because I'm getting tired. Let me form the list. Okay, form your list. Now we talking. Now we talking. I'm gonna let you form the list. In the meantime, I'm gonna do my old school set today. My old school set today is "When Love Calls" by Atlantic Starr. Go check that out. That's the old school jam of the day. Go listen to that. Let me come back here. Let me come back here. Okay. You must believe in God. Okay. So what are you saying? So you saying that if you don't believe in God, then you're going to convince him to believe in God? Is that what you're saying? I don't understand. Where's the standard that he must meet? So he doesn't. So you meet this man, he doesn't believe in God. Now all of a sudden he has to believe in God now because he met you. That's a wrong reason to believe in God because you met this girl. In my opinion. Then how is he gonna meet your standard? If your standard is believing in God, okay. So you just move on. Okay, so if you don't believe in God, you just move on, right? Okay, if you just move on, then how is he meeting the standard? I don't get it. How is this guy meeting it? You haven't laid out any standard for somebody to meet. Meeting the standard means they wasn't meeting it before, and now they're with you, and now they have to move up to meet that standard. So you haven't described a situation like that yet. Nancy, I'll tell you what we're going to do. We'll finish this up later. Some some have believed, and then you see how your worldviews meet up. Tell you what we're gonna do, Nancy. We're gonna finish this next week. Your brother's hungry. I'm gonna go get me something to eat. I'm tired. You didn't say what you said. I tell you what, I'll do another live stream this week where we'll discuss it. But I'm asking you to cam up on that one. You can just have an avatar up there, but I'm asking you to cam up. Will you do that for me? Will you, if I hit you up? Wait, Nancy. Wait, Nancy. If I hit you up later, so maybe a live stream on Thursday afternoon, will you consider coming on camera and discussing it? I think it will make for a much better pro video if you came on camera instead of me having to read all your comments. Will you consider it at least? Nope. Yeah, we can discuss abstract. We can discuss the abstract thoughts. Yeah, we don't have to be on you personally. Yeah, you brought you up personally. I'm not trying to have you. No, you're not gonna consider it. Well, thank you anyway for stepping into the chat. Appreciate you, girl. Hopefully meet us here again next week, next Sunday, and we'll try and work it out again. Maybe I'll get a better understanding at that time. Anyway, I told you guys the old school. I already did the old school set. So we are out. See y'all later. Appreciate everybody that was in the chat and hooked up with us. Appreciate you. Thank you too, Nancy. Appreciate you. You know it's all love, girl. Talk to y'all later. Peace. See y'all next Sunday.